buddy, you know, hey,
Right.
what? But some old stranger wants to start talking about a door. I'm like, go away.
Was he looking like over the little thing, the
Well,
little
I wouldn't.
divider?
It didn't.
Like, sir, can I talk to you about this door?
Well,
That might be a little more strange.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
I forgot my glasses.
You don't have getting old there, brother. Getting in the realm of
Look how that print is.
Welcome to the Automotive Edge.com stadium. It's the bottom of the ninth inning with 2 out, man on third, and Team Consumers are behind by 1 run. At the plate for the Consumers is Kurt Chase. The count is full. Joe Bag on the mound, waiting for the side. He goes to the stretch. Here's the pitch. It's a long fly ball. Hit deep in the left center field. It's going, gone. 2-run homer. Another great walk-off win for Team Consumer by Kurt Chase at the AutomotiveEdge.com.
oh, that's good.
And away we go. I want you to know I really like the commercial. I was winking at your son.
But the separation
I
was done.
split them.
Yeah, well, Graham did. I didn't know you did that.
Yeah, I called Matt. I said, hey, when you hear that ding, 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 that's the beginning of a new spot.
Yeah, okay. Good. Well,
Yeah.
he did the other ones that way too, if you wanted to check that out later.
Well, hey, we're live.
Are we?
Yeah. That's what the
Are we-
commercial was for.
Well, let me get this thing going here. We got
It's the Automotive Edge radio show this morning, home studio, helping you with all your automotive needs. Whether you're buying, selling, trading, leasing, part service, or body shop, we are here to help. Phone lines are open. If you want to know where to go, who to see, what to do, 214-787-1190. That's 214-787-1190. And we'll help you with all your questions. This is a big, big, big weekend for you, the consumer, to be out buying a car. I'm telling you that CDK, which was the computer system, the software for all these dealers, when it went down, it put them so far behind the 8 ball, a lot of them. This is makeup weekend. And so, you know, kind of when you had makeup weekend, you got into a fight with your girlfriend or your wife, you did all these really great things to patch things up. It's going on in the auto industry this weekend all the way through Wednesday, which will be the last day of the month. You can make an incredible deal because while CDK was down and all this internet was putting these dealers on idle, the inventory was still coming. So now they're backed up with inventory, and you can make a smoking deal. We're going to be covering that through the show. We'll have the phone lines open, 214-787-1190. And it really comes down to where you go, who you see, and how they do business. And we've got the best of the best to help you when it comes to your automotive needs. Top of the morning, Big Wheels, Bo Carver.
Yes, glad to be here. And what a great day we had. Was it the day before yesterday?
Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday. Time gets by.
What'd you do?
We made a little road trip down to Waco, and boy, was that fun.
Kim's Diner.
Kim's Diner. We had a little, I guess we didn't knock a home run there, but we thought it was pretty good, didn't we?
Well, you know, they said famous for their steak fingers, but I was told it was famous for their patty melt, which I thought the patty melt was the best of what we ate.
Well, I thought the chicken strips were really good.
Yeah, I got to call down there and find out what that seasoning is in it because I couldn't figure it out. I liked it.
I did
I
too.
couldn't figure out what it was, and I got to tell you what, their gravy is as good as anybody.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to say. That gravy was
Man,
really
they
good.
got some gravy.
And that was a fun trip down
Would
there.
say you could put that on a shoe.
People might
Yeah.
decide to here. We got a lot
Now,
of
do you
people.
remember the
tuned in.
2 places that we went to?
Yeah, well, the one place we went to, we both places were great, but that Slovak, is that how you say that?
Slovaks.
Yeah.
Well, that sausage, dude, that's home run right there.
Yep.
And then the Kolache place was the name.
Yeah.
What's the name of that one?
Check.
Check store.
Mm-hmm. Well, there we go. It was a good road trip, and Graham Knox Mirabo Carver was with us.
Yeah, he was sick though. He didn't really get to enjoy the fruits of our drive.
Yeah, but that next morning, I
He
was
tore it up.
tearing into food left and right.
Remember all the leftovers we had?
Oh, there's a bucket left.
It was gone.
By the end of the day,
Yeah.
I could sit a Sprite bottle on my
Yeah,
stomach.
well, there's
and
no
just leave
patty
it
melt.
there.
That patty melt was gone.
It was gone.
Oh, yeah, but the steak and chicken fingers got pretty good. And then couple of neighbors were very happy that I went by the check store. I went and saw these guys over here, and the mayor, and
Oh, did you?
brought them banana nut bread and some kolaches. He's like, "You were in West." Everybody knows.
Yeah, when they
show.
see that.
And then I brought Bo around and showed him the giant pig in a blanket at Slovak.
Oh my Lord, that thing was as big as a
Yes.
basketball.
Like a loaf of bread with a hunk of sausage.
I know. And then, of course, he had to introduce me to the Christmas store.
Yeah.
We didn't go in because he was fearful to do that.
Well, no, your
Where-
boy wasn't feeling well, so
That's
I
true.
jumped back on the highway and, get him home, get him some rest.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me? I'd have been in there. If he'd have been a game on, I'd have been in that store in a heartbeat.
but you didn't have anything to carry it with.
Oh, I'd have found a way. I'd have tied it to the car.
On top.
Yeah, it
That's
was
funny.
going on with me. But anyway, it was a great road trip. And then coming up, we're going to, before Marabou heads back to college, we're going to treat him to the ultimate number 5
Yes, sir.
coming up next week.
Yes,
That is some serious groceries right there.
Yes, it is. He's going to be in a real state
And
of
when you hear
shock.
us announce this, you ever want to travel with us, come travel with us. So we've been to Mineral Wells, we've been to Waco, and then one road trip. Now it's going to be a bit of a haul, but the oldest barbecue grill in Texas. They say it is by far the oldest pit going back to the 1800s. They're still using it right out this little town outside of Tyler.
Really?
Oh,
And they said it's by far the oldest recorded pit producing barbecue. So
That's
you know
not-
you got to go there.
That's not too bad. A couple hours.
Yeah. So anyway, if there's a place you'd like, you're online, you hear about a restaurant somewhere, and we'll go check it out for you. So this one's a little bit different. I wanted to set up the cameras, and we walked in, and there was guns everywhere, law enforcement, and not really the opportune place to
Have that.
set up. I guess if you called ahead, but want to give a shout out to Deborah. What a sweetheart.
Oh, yeah. We have some photos on our Facebook page, so check it out.
Yep.
It's
And we
pretty
told
cool.
her we drove from
Mm.
Fort Worth to have a patty melt, and she kind of looked at us like it's a patty melt.
Yeah, she did have that kind of look, but she was great, and
Yep.
people were taking care of their children in there too, so it was nice.
Yeah.
Making
And
them-
everybody knew everybody. It was one of
Oh,
them,
yeah.
Cheers place.
It was a little more welcome than Mineral Wells at the Woodies.
a little different.
It was a little different attitude. Different
People in
personality.
Mineral Wells know if you're from Mineral Wells.
Well,
There's
they
no
know.
gray area.
They know when you walk into Woodies whether you belong there. Or
That's
not.
what I'm saying. Mineral Wells knows Mineral Wells. And
That's
I was
for
out
sure.
there. They have a stadium. I can't remember that exit when you're by the steakhouse, which goes left, and you go down this road to get to the stadium. And I was there. My nephew playing in the championship game,
Right.
and man, that town comes out, and they literally. I was talking to a couple of people there, and they said, if you don't have your business taken care of at 6 o'clock, you're out of luck. They're shutting down that town to go
Yeah.
watch football.
Oh, definitely.
And they weren't even, their team wasn't even playing. But it's Friday Night Lights, baby, and it's one of them places where, I want to go back when the hotel reopens and see. They say it's one of the most haunted hotels in Texas.
I wonder if it's still going to be haunted though after the remodel,
I don't know.
because I think that probably would run them
I'm
off.
hoping it is.
Well,
I want to find out.
it drew a lot of people before they closed it, I guess.
That's right. Marabou on our engineering, back in studio, the lady in charge. And how was that rap concert the other night, Maddie?
I went to Morgan Wallen. I'm not sure what
Morgan
you're talking
Wallen.
about.
Morgan Wallen is who you've been referring to this whole time.
I've told you 3 times now.
Morgan Waller. He took over.
Morgan Wallen, he's a country artist.
He took over Run DMC.
I thought it was Coolio.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
What's a big
I've never
song that
heard
he
of it.
sings? Is there anything famous song that he sings or?
With Morgan Wallen,
Yeah.
he sings Whiskey Glasses and that song Up Down.
Yeah,
I don't know. I was there for an iHeart event, so I don't
Like
really
Justin
know him that
Timberlake,
well.
Uptown. No, that's Bruno
Nope,
Mars,
that's-
Uptown Funk.
Very different.
Oh,
Is he more of a Texas country artist, or is he as a Nashville guy?
I think he's. Oh man, and I couldn't tell you. Maybe.
Huh.
He's in Nashville a
was
lot.
he the
Okay.
headliner or opening up for somebody?
He was a headliner. That was his concert. Jelly Roll opened up for him.
Okay. And did the gal that did the national anthem, was she there too? Was she?
Nobody did a national anthem.
No, but the one that, what was her name? The one that did the national anthem for the
Jack Daniels, Mrs. Daniels.
Mrs. Daniels.
Oh, I don't know.
I
Yeah,
won
something
4
along
Grammy
that line.
Awards and can't sing the national anthem.
Yikers. Well, hey,
Yeah.
we've got a lot coming up on the show. We got the phone lines open if you want to jump in. And hey, I want to make an announcement. I've got 16 people waiting on your black hoodies. I had all the whites produced, and nobody wanted the white ones. All the black ones will be ready. My son moved his business to a different location. It's all set up now. All the hoodies will be produced this weekend, and we'll get them out to you. So I don't think I forgot you. But I did send a bunch of people text messages, and I didn't hear any responses. But we're back in full swing producing hoodies and shirts and cups and everything else this weekend. So we'll get them out to you the first of the week. I look down. I have shipped 167 sweat tops.
Well, it's about time.
No. Do you know what it costs to ship a sweat top?
Well, you found out the hard way, didn't you?
Well, I tell you what. You want to do it through the post office.
Right.
It's a tenth of anybody else. I went in and I went to
And
ship.
they had the pre-wrapped kind of stuff too for you. So that you went out and bought separate boxes and stuff, right? Before the first time?
No, the first time I went to a place I'm not going to say, and I said, "How much to ship all this?" He said,
I know where you went.
$726. And I went, "No, hang on a second. I said, I just want to ship these hoodies," and I already had them in legal envelopes taped off. And I went over to the other place and how much ship all
1
this?
minute.
And he goes, $167. Ship it.
And then they had stuff to put it in too.
Yeah. So he told me, hey, you don't have to do this. When you come in, you got the bubble wrap in these
Mhm.
envelopes. This will fit in.
Rock and roll.
And I was like, beautiful. So anyway, we've got I don't know, another 16 or 17, but we'll be getting those mailed out to you. And like I said, one person sent me a really nasty email, and I went, hang on a second, it's 110 degrees anyway. We're trying to get set up and get this stuff shipped.
30
So,
seconds.
bear with me.
Uh.
Unless you work in a cooler at a restaurant, we're going to get it to you.
We got to go.
I promise you I'm not going to keep your hoodie. 214-787-1190. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
We got a lot of people tuned in already for the show. We appreciate that. We got, see who's all here. Cindy Beauclair, good morning. Hope you're doing okay. We got Gerald Wade tuning in. It says hello, Mr. Chase and Mr. Carver. And we've got Ty Gentman. Good morning, my friends. Yes, sir. You definitely are our buddy more than our friend. Charles Davis. Charlie, good morning, Kurt and Bo. Got some other folk watch. David Philbeck, a.k.a. Edward Phil. Good morning. The mayor, the dynamic duo, the mayor called us. Can you believe that?
Well,
Did you get
listen
it?
to it again on his phone, so he better get it.
Get it right over there, Mr. Chase?
Hey, I know a little something, okay?
Yeah, after what, 3 years of figuring it out?
Yeah, good morning,
Five.
Miss Beauclair.
Yeah, it is.
Cindy Green. You're Wade. Ty Gentman, our prayers for a quick healing with Connor. Connor had surgery.
Oh, she going to be
And,
okay?
Yep. Ty said the surgery went well, and now it's just praying God's healing on that boy and
Well, it's good to hear.
get him up and moving and grooving. And yep, I'm gonna tell you what, that whole family, their mansion in heaven is built.
He said they're listening from Cook Children's today. Is that in
Right.
Fort Worth?
Well, give our love and let Connor know that Bo and Kurt are lifting him up in prayer, and I'm
Definitely.
sure we'll be able to see that little boy soon. Well, he ain't a little boy no more.
No, he's got a mustache now.
That's right.
Gary Coker, I got your text. If there's any way in Sam Hill I could get up there to get some of that boudin, I go get it. Yeah, that boy, I go up there to get you some of that boudin.
Gary, don't believe one word about him having anything Cajun. The only thing Cajun is him is the hot sauce he's had over the years.
The Louisiana hot sauce.
Yeah, when you get guys talking about putting potato salad in their gumbo, they ain't Cajun. They're stoned.
Oh wow, you got straightened up about 3 or 4.
That's some Cheech and Chong
You
food
got
right there.
you got straightened up about 3 weeks ago from absolute 100% Cajun. What was his name? Muto, Mayo, or Thibodeau, one of those names. straightened you out.
Yeah. He's messed up too.
Yeah, but he sure knew how to cook that fish, didn't he?
Oh boy. You know what? I don't like catfish.
I'm not a big catfish.
I don't like
person.
anything about it. It still tastes dirty. It's not my gig. I don't know what he did, but that's the best catfish I ever had in my life.
it
By
was.
far.
Put his hand over it and prayed.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah, when Judge Gregory brought some over, I wanted to hang out. I had to go, but boy, oh boy.
He says, Gary says, what a great purple day. Yes, you're right. Hope
Yep.
Karen's doing good too, buddy. Our prayers are with her. And the mayor says, Melinda sure has good taste in pictures.
She got good taste in men. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I was expecting to say that was one thing she's really lost out on.
1 minute.
Are we supposed to get rain today?
I saw some rain, like we didn't get any, but it's places like in Justin, had rain all over the ground. I haven't
I guess
checked
I
the
need
weather.
to just go wash my car again.
That works.
It does. You know what that
It blew it right off.
$4 rinse runoff rinse I paid for?
Worked good, didn't it?
Unbelievable. I put that thing in the garage and it was clean.
Yeah, because what you got out of
And
the
we
rain.
had some rain out there.
We
and,
had a bunch of good stuff.
all the way from Weston to Waco was pouring. A good road trip. Got there and got back safe, and
It was fun. Enjoyed it.
Popo didn't get us, and we're doing a little bit of
15
excessive
seconds.
speed. Not much, but excessive. You know, rolling with the flow is what I call it. It wasn't like we're leading the pack. We're just rolling with the flow. You know what? The mayor, man, he got it going on. He doesn't even have to leave the house. He got guys at his house do a brake job yesterday.
What?
I look over, the guy's got the big umbrella set up and got the truck lifted. I'm like, man, the mayor tells you to come. He's like the godfather
president.
of Quail
Yeah.
Valley. You better just get over and get it done.
There you go.
That's right. 214-787-1190 is the number. That's 214-787-1190. This segment show is brought to you by Highly Accurate, one of the best luxury sport brands out there. Stop in and see my buddy David Gomez right there, Riverside and 820, and test drive. Just test drive. And then let us know what you think about that vehicle, because you get the best of both worlds. You get in it, and it is just defined and refined. And then the ride, the drive, the handling. And now they have the new ZDX, which is their all-electric vehicle. I took it out with David, and he's just laid back in the seat, and he goes, I thought you were going to drive this. Man, did
that really?
hit the accelerator. He goes, well, hang on, you got a bump here. We're already almost airborne. I went, okay, I hope nobody buys this one. But anyway, the new Integra is just killing it. And then they got your high-end performance Integra. They got it in the shaker, your manual transmission. And then Dean back in service. I'm going to tell you what, he's one of the best around when it comes to servicing your automobile and taking care of your accurate needs. The place, Highly Accurate Fort Worth, where your time is highly respected and your business is highly appreciated, right there at 820, right there at the corner of 35 and 820. You got Riverside Drive to get you to the dealership. Let David Gomez know you're listening to the Automotive Edge radio show, and enjoy your accurate needs, or just start online shopping today at highlyaccurateffortworth.com. All right. Gosh, I don't know where to start. There is so much information out there. I'm telling you, you can make a deal today. All of my dealers will holler at me saying, hey, tell your listeners to come on out. If you go to theautomotiveedge.com and you click on sponsors, you'll see all our dealers there. And let me tell you, they're not going to miss your business.
Is this the last Saturday of the month?
It is.
So they're going to be really rocking today.
Yep. So they big discounts. I mean, big discounts. You look at Eldorado Chevrolet, $14,750 off. Chevy Silverado 2024 crew cabs, $14,750 off. So if you got negative equity, let's say you bought a car and you paid too much during COVID, a lot of this can absorb that negative equity. Great time to get your pickup truck. Or if you're looking for a vehicle that you can drive off the lot and be sitting in a good situation, now's the time to do it. And then I looked across the board, and a lot of dealers are just really dropping the prices to get rid of some inventory right now. Really. And one thing I will tell you, there's a lot of stock numbers that are listed, and it's the vehicles that have been there the longest, and they have to get rid of these cars before they start paying. I'm talking about a month maybe, because new inventory continues to come, and now your 24s have been starting to get converted over to your 25s. There's already 25 models out, and they need to be gone. And so all of them were sending me a message going, hey, just tell your listeners, they come in and say the Automotive Edge, wait till they see what the discounts are on these products. But if you go to theautomotiveedge.com and you don't see the brand you're looking for, let's say a Lexus or a Hyundai or Volkswagen, it doesn't matter. We got you covered. We've got somebody in every make and model product to make sure your automotive needs are taken care of. Go to theautomotiveedge.com, click on Ask Kurt. Leave me your name and number. I'll call you right after the show, and we will help you out. But do me a favor. If there's a sponsor on that page and you're calling me from another dealership, I'm going to tell you the same thing. Unless it's a great deal. I mean, a really, really good deal. You hadn't started negotiating. Go see one of my sponsors, because all you have to do is ask for the manager. Hey, Kurt sent me here, and you'll be in and out in half the amount of time with a fantastic deal. But yesterday I had one call me, and he was in the middle of negotiation. It was a really, really good deal. And it was kind of funny. He goes, I know you're going to tell me it's a bad deal, so I get up and leave.
He already had preface that.
But I went over the numbers. I said, buddy, I got to tell you what, that's not a good deal. That is a fantastic deal. And he called me back later and said, hey, thanks for not,
jacking with him,
messing with me and pulling me out of the door, and I'm straight up about that. There's
you've always been that way. I mean, we do have the sponsors, which is great to have, because that's what helps keep this show going. But it's not all about that. I mean, I know the sponsors know when we send a customer there, they get white glove treatment.
Yeah.
But there's other places that do that too. So, just make sure, like you did with this guy, when you get in a place that you want to make sure things are right, pick up the phone.
That's right.
Go to theautomotiveedge.com, and his phone number's right there. Give him a call.
Yep, we will help you out. 214-787-1190. That's 214-787-1190. Coming up here in the bottom of the hour, a lot of scuttlebutt about the used cars and what's going on, because a lot of people paid extreme premiums when COVID hit. There was no new vehicles available, so they were paying premiums for pre-owned vehicles. Now they're trying to get out of them, and some of them can't. And so we want to give you some ways to kind of help you with that. And some of the cars that I'm appraising, especially electric cars, it's really, really, really tough for a lot of people to try to get out of those. And we're going to be covering that and a whole lot more coming up on the show, because some people are just, do I wait and what's going on? But there's a good turn cycle in the used car department in a certain arena that we want to bring to your attention, and why it's a good time to look at pre-owned automobiles right now. Why it's a real good time to look at pre-owned automobiles. And we got that and a whole lot more. We got 4 hours, actually 3.5 hours of fun coming up. And then, Bo, you want to sing, dance, or tell a joke today?
Well, I want to tell them about our show on Tuesday nights. So if you haven't joined us on Tuesday night, Kurt and I have started a broadcast from 7 to 8 p.m., and it's called Shifting Gears. Of course, that's our sister Facebook page to the Automotive Edge, which we're broadcasting on as well now. And we just talk about a lot of different things. I mean, Saturday we're more into the car stuff, but on Tuesday nights we open it up and talk from everything from A to Z. We cover a lot of things. It's not a political show. We might touch on a little bit, but it's not about that.
Yeah, I talked about my favorite restaurants this
Right.
time. And you know what? I got 19 emails on vitamins.
Oh, really?
Going, take this. And you know what?
Of course.
2 of them out of the 19 match.
Of what you said?
No, of what I should be taking.
Oh, I got you.
What's
Well,
the one
vitamin D and zinc is really big right now. That was a big thing to help ward off COVID, and it did. I've never had it. Knock on wood somewhere. And so I believe there's vitamins out there, but then you talked about how we can over vitamin ourselves, over mineral ourselves.
Yeah.
And it's not good. So I don't know. We talk about stuff like that. We talk about conspiracies. We talk about A to Z, and something every Tuesday's different. So I hope you'll join us.
Well,
It's-
turmeric. You wouldn't believe how many people. I mean, we never heard about turmeric growing
I've
up,
been using it.
and all of a sudden, man, everybody, that is
That's
the
what they s-
miracle pill. Take turmeric.
Yeah, it's supposed to be really good for your gut, like cleaning your gut out and stuff like that.
Inflammation, blah, blah, blah.
Inflammation. So
Yeah, we're going to be covering a whole bunch of stuff.
yeah, so tune in Tuesdays where we broadcast on the Shifting Gears, but we share it to our personal pages. So check it out at 7 p.m., 7 to 8 every Tuesday night with Shifting Gears, Kurt Chase and Big Wheels Bo Carver. And today we're on a bunch of places. We're, of course, on the Automotive Edge Facebook page. We're on the Shifting Gears Facebook page. We're on LinkedIn under Kurt Chase's. They call that a page or a channel or what? Is that a page? Okay. Kurt Chase's page there on LinkedIn. We're live there. And YouTube. You can go to YouTube, search the Automotive Edge radio show, and bada bing, there we are. I watched this.
Yeah, so Sonia just asked, what station is that on Tuesdays?
It's not on the radio station. It's on Shifting Gears, our Facebook page, Shifting Gears. And we're also on LinkedIn, too, on my personal page, Big Wheels Bo Carver, and on YouTube under the Shifting Gears.
Yep. So there's a bunch of ways to find us. And you know what? If you got a topic you want to talk about, you want to talk about your favorite restaurant, it's really an open mic where we don't get into all the politics and all the refiltered crap that's out there. We just want to laugh and have a good time. In fact, I've got 9 new restaurants that people sent me saying, hey, go check these out and tell us what you think about it. And some of them were, hey, I've always wanted to eat here.
But I wasn't sure.
Can you go eat there and tell me what you think?
Oh, they all.
Yeah, and then I looked up one, and I got to tell you.
Sending you out as a goat.
There's a listener, Mark, and Mark, I will not be dining there because I looked at the prices, and that is, buddy. I mean, you know what? If you want to give me your credit card, I'll go check it out and then let you know what I think about it. But I looked at it. Appetizers starting like $40 for an appetizer.
That's nothing for a guy like you.
Yeah, they're out. Let me just tell you, I am
well,
not.
Depending on what that appetizer is.
How good can calamari be for $39?
A Wagyu.
They made Wagyu calamari, I guess so. But
well, Sonia, listen, everyone out there, if you would go to Shifting Gears Facebook page and become a follower, you will be notified when we're on. You'll get notifications that we're live on this Shifting Gears show when we pop on and go live. So we'd like for you to do that. Go to Shifting Gears and hit follow, and then you'll be notified so when you can get on and join us there. It's also archived. So if you want to go back after we do our show and check it out, you can do that as well. And you can still make comments about the show or questions or whatever you want to do even after we're done. But it's always nice to have people join in. We had a good following last week, and this is our only second show. And you can make comments and whatever you want to do.
We got to roll. Don't go away. 214-787-1190. It's the Automotive Edge Radio Show. We'll be right back.
I didn't hear her say nothing.
8:30.
Well, usually she tells us.
Yeah, sorry, I was running back.
No, that's all right. I wasn't paying attention to the time, but he did. So.
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you, sir.
And thanks, everybody, for being a part of our broadcast today. We appreciate it immensely. We are here every Saturday morning from 8 to noon, trying to do things like we're supposed to be doing. Sometimes we get off the track, but that's all right. We got plenty to talk about.
I don't know when Mr. Chase leaves at the house studio. Am I still allowed
Yeah,
to
we're at the
take
home
over,
studio
you know?
today.
I don't really know. Normally when Mr. Chase leaves, I kind of talk about whatever's on my mind, but we're in his home now, so he'll probably hear me.
He might be going back to take a nap.
Yeah, he could be taking a little 5-minute quick. You know, that's what I do here. You know, I go put a plate on the ground, put a spoon in my hand.
You're going back there to
Lay
take a
down
little
next to
snooze,
it.
take a little nap.
Oh, glasses.
He's
sure.
getting old. He's got to get his
Excuses.
glasses.
Excuses.
Can't see. But we do appreciate that. And Sonia, thanks for joining us. Appreciate that. We're on Talk Radio 1190 radio station here on Saturdays too, as well as all of our social media and broadcasting areas. on Talk Radio 1190 KFXR, which is out of Dallas, Fort Worth. It's an iHeartMedia Network station, so you can check us if you're in the area on the radio. In fact, if you have a smart speaker, you can tell your smart speaker to go to Talk Radio 1190 AM Dallas, and bada bing, bada bang, there we are. You should
Now,
see that.
You know what I wonder? Are those things picking up radio signals? Like, are they just picking up straight from the radio tower, or do you think
it's a
internet?
website signal?
Okay.
In other words, it's getting like from their iHeartMedia app,
Okay.
like that,
Okay.
because you'll hear a little bit of a commercial before we pop on. But if you tell and I can't say it because my phone will ask me what I want.
Well, your phones aren't Alexa.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, it's
Don't say it.
Yeah, it's Siri is what all. Your
There's
phones are.
that and Alexa, and then there's Echo.
Yeah, which is Alexa technically. It's just
Yes,
the other name for
another
it.
name for it. And you say to that speaker,
Do you have that in your house?
just go to Talk Radio 1190.
I love doing that because a lot of people
KFXR.
listen on their phones and they got their speaker on and just say, hey Alexa, what's the weather like today? And then about 8 different radios go off or whatever.
But people can do that and find us on their
I'm
speaker. Well, I know you're out, but a lot of people. And you guess what? I saw. Went to YouTube the other day and watched us on my 65-inch screen television.
I'm kind of surprised you don't have a lot of those smart devices here.
Ain't happening.
You don't like the?
No.
I'm surprised.
Look,
I'm
Kurt's
surprised
too
I
smart
can't
for that.
clap and turn off these lights. That's
Yeah.
Well,
what
the
they're getting at me.
clapper's a different deal.
Oh, you
but
like the clappers?
the
Okay.
clapper's a good deal, but I'm not going to have some chick in my house listening to me all the time and responding. I mean, I've had enough of that growing up. Ain't happening.
People listening to you had
Yeah,
enough
that
of
dog
it.
ain't hunting in my house.
But if they've got a smart TV or your Roku, they can go to
And I got Roku.
YouTube, search the Automotive Edge radio show, and watch it on their television. It's pretty cool. I watched our rerun the other
50
day
seconds.
on there. We were on our 65-inch screen right there in the house. There's me and you.
I don't know if you're allowed to admit you watch your own radio show. Is that
No, I was
normal?
just
Is that normal in the
Well,
industry to watch your own stuff?
I was checking it out to make sure it was working good, like where it was
Do you
going.
think TV stars? Do you think they watch their own TV shows?
You know they do.
I wonder if they do because
They autograph their own TV while they're watching it.
That's actually really funny.
Bunch of conceited left-wing cuckoo.
Yeah, they are very conceited.
Oh, you
most
want a
of them.
autograph? Here, let me get that for you.
On the
They just
TV.
sign the TV.
15 seconds.
They do it in a dry erase so they can keep doing it.
You could be choking, run up to one of those guys. Please help me, please. Oh, yeah, I'll sign whatever
sign,
you need.
But there's a lot of places to find us on Saturday mornings and Tuesday nights as well. So looking forward to that, and be sure to
Two 214-787-1190 is the number. That's 214-787-1190. This segment of the show brought to you by Freeman Toyota, located on the affordable side of the Metroplex. And I tell you, I was just there the other day getting service done to my wife's car. And they come out, they greet you, your name pops up on the screen, the advisor comes, because they send somebody out to go, hello, how are you today? What brought you in? I have an appointment, last name Chase. Bam, this thing comes up, Mr. Chase in lane 1. And this guy comes out, hey, what's going on?
Did you
here?
request lane 1? Or
I
did they
did.
just know you there?
Let me tell you what, you better just get in lane when you get there, because there were so many people that do service there.
Awesome.
I'm telling you, that line was all the way to the service road.
And they don't have to have a Toyota either, do they?
No.
Yeah, bring your car in there and get good service there.
Yeah, well, you figure they sell used cars, so
Right.
you got to get them serviced.
Wait, you don't have to bring a Toyota to the Toyota dealership? You can
No.
just bring any car and they'll service it?
Correct.
Well, not any car, but most cars.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
You don't want to bring Mercedes, BMW,
I
Audi,
guess. Yeah, that
but
makes a
your
lot of
standard
sense.
cars. See, the thing is, a lot of people, if you go over and look at their used car lot, guess what? They got a cornucopia of cars, not just Toyotas.
That's true.
and they're going to
didn't
put a
really think
warranty
about
on them.
that.
They're going to service it. So yeah, but you need to call ahead because they need to get the right oil and parts and everything for
Right.
the car. They don't stock it on shelf stock it like they do.
Well, most places like an
Toyotas.
appointments anyway, and it helps you as well because you don't have to wait as long.
Yep. So I
too.
got there and I said, I'm here for the 7,500 mile service, and no problem, Mr. Chase. And went in and they got coffee and donuts and popcorn, and then you're getting alerts. Hey, here's the deal. And they got the videos of them going through your car, and I got to tell you, it's something else. And then the tough part for me was I had another one of those Tundras on the showroom floor.
Oh boy,
that greenish kind of gray
oh boy,
with a different set of wheels
Oh,
on it. And I
boy.
went,
was it what kind of wheels you like?
rut row. Oh yeah. I'm looking at it going, man, this could be tough. And then they got
It's a good thing you didn't drive your truck there. You'd have been trading it.
they had this blue, this really off-colored blue, absolutely gorgeous 2025 Camry Hybrid XLE. It's like, man, I got to get out of here. I got to put my blinders on.
Oh,
But I've known Nate Miner for almost 40 years. The general manager, BJ Stankovic, and I worked together. Jerry Patterson on the desk, and then all the great salespeople. In fact, he's got nieces and nephews working there.
how about that?
And the people at Freeman, they stay there for a very, very long time. My brother's been there almost 40 years.
How about that?
The place, Freeman Toyota, 820 and 183, right there at Highway 10, just a mile south of Highway 183. Stop in and see BJ or Jerry today. And let me tell you what, if you're looking for a ton of pickup truck, they are locked and loaded and ready to get them gone today on the affordable side of the Metroplex. Go to freemantoyota.com. That's freemantoyota.com. So I'm going to give you 4 reasons why you should buy a car this weekend or by Wednesday. And all this is predicated on how much inventory they sell. So if their forecast, we're going to sell 50 cars today and they sell 100 and then a bunch on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to close out the month, then that's where incentives and great lease programs and big discounts are plus or minuses. It's all in how fast they're turning the inventory. Well, right now, because of the CDK, which is the software for the dealerships, have put them about 2 weeks behind in sales.
Is that all up and running good now? Everything's squared away?
Up for the most part, but now they got to catch up, from everything that was down because it was all handwritten and then loaded in the system and do everything and then, get July on the books, and so it's been a tough deal. So anyway, they're behind there. And then interest rates, if you look across the board, and I was taking a look, I take the Automotive News Guide because on the Automotive News Guide, the next to last page, they post all the rates that are going on. And for the first time when I took a look at it, you look at Ford Motor Company, they're offering 0 APR. BMW now has 2.9 where they were much higher. $7,500 rebates on some vehicles, $5,000 on some. You look at General Motors, 0 APR again on a ton of it. EVs, $7,500 credits, $14,750 off their Chevy Silverados. Toyota wasn't playing in the 0 APR for anything because her inventory was very, very tight. They're back in the 0 APR on short-term financing. Hyundai back in the game with the 0 APR. Kia jumped on board. Mercedes is holding their lowest rate, 2.9%. Stellantis has some low rates as well. Volkswagen, a bunch of 0 APR because Volkswagen has gone stagnant.
And what's the reason for that?
Well,
they announced they were going all electric, weren't they, at one point? Or
yeah, they announced they were going all electric, and then a lot of people, man,
is that what you
bombarded the
you
website.
think that's the reason why they've gone stagnant?
Yeah, a lot of people are like, well, why do I want to buy a ICE car, and then here in a few years when I go to trade, I can't get another ICE car.
Correct.
And let me tell you, Volkswagen's another one of them really loyal brands.
Yeah, they are.
So hopefully.
Well, they got loyal to a certain point, but when they said they're all EV, I guess people decided, well, maybe not.
Right? Yeah, it's a dumb move. They're going to get away from it. There's a lot of them that are going, hang on just a second. Cadillac pushed the brakes on it. The only ones that haven't pushed the brakes on it, unbelievable. Well, Volvo was a given. They weren't going to, but they don't sell a lot of Volvos anyway. Porsche.
How about Buick? Weren't they going all electric?
Yeah, but they're pulling
Pulling
brakes.
back. Okay.
The only two that are going full swing, and one of them is Porsche. And I'm going, why would Porsche? I could not imagine buying an
And
electric
being known
Porsche.
as a real muscle car for many, many, many
Yeah,
years.
I'm out.
You know, a elaborate luxury car.
Yep.
Sports car too. So yeah, I don't know.
And Cadillac is only running 2.9 as their low interest rate, and then GMC has jumped on board with 0 APR. American Honda's got some fantastic lease programs that are going on right now. So rates are a big thing. So you got CDK was a problem, now rates, and now incentives. The average incentive has jumped about 38% across the board to a little over $3,000 per car based on the make and model. And then my fourth point is they're buying deep. And what does that mean by buying deep? It means that if you have challenge credit, they're going to look deep into your credit and find a reason to get you into a brand new or pre-owned vehicle. That's what buying deep is. When we have some banks that, they would show up and, hey, you're not sending us any business. Well, we're having this rate and this rate and this. Well, we're buying deep. Here's what we're doing. Here's the rates that we have for people that are 550 to 575, 575 to 600, 600 to 625 or 650, however they broke down their different tiers from tier A to tier D. And now they know that. I saw a number, and I'm still doing research, but it said 52% of all Americans have medical charge-offs on their bureau because of COVID. They just couldn't pay the bills. And so they said they're turning a blind eye to that. In fact, there's some reporting out there saying that in Congress, they're trying to make sure that they're proposing where you can't put medical on people's credit reports. And I'm going, I don't think that's good, because I think a lot of people start rushing to the doctor now and get a bunch of work done and then not pay it, going, well, it's not going to be on my bureau. Who cares? You got to be very, very careful what you're doing when it comes to it, because all of us need to be accountable, because the people that pay their bills wind up paying more for the people that don't pay their bills. And I know bad things happen to good people, but sometimes bad people just like to be bad people. And I don't want to pay those bills. So they're buying deep if you have credit issues. But here's the thing. Before you go to the dealer and have them pull bureaus, start running around, everybody pulling your bureau, go to theautomotiveedge.com, click on Ask Kurt, leave me your name and number, and let's talk about it where they're pulling your bureau one time. You don't want to run around to 6 Honda stores and pulling your bureau, because the first Honda store has the golden ticket, and everybody has to play off that call they got from the bank. They're not going to change it going to different places. And I'm going to help you with all that. You don't have to go this alone.
I thought buying them deep was that the dealers were buying a whole bunch of vehicles and selling them cheap. And so
it's the bank buying deep paper.
Okay, so I was been wrong all these years.
Let's take a quick break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I was wrong all these years. I thought they were buying a whole bunch of vehicles and then selling them cheap.
I'm trying to think of the guy's name. He was out there on Highway 20. And his big thing, we're buying them cheap and selling them deep.
Oh, I thought it was buying them deep and selling them cheap.
Yeah, or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was buying them deep and selling them cheap. And I thought that's what that was, that he was buying a whole bunch of vehicles.
Gosh, I can see this guy's name. He was right there, Wheatland and 20, and white-haired guy, and that was his big thing.
I know the name too, but
it's going to hit me in just a second. But anyway, that was his big mantra, but now it's
look at that, Carver.
Credit-wise.
Who did the commercial that says buying them deep and selling them cheap?
Yeah, it was my buddy Brian Leahy worked there for a long time.
We're trying to figure out if y'all know who that was, if y'all been in this area a long time and know who had that commercial. I'm buying them deep and selling them cheap.
And they're all lined up on one row. He had 5 or 6 different franchises.
Yeah. Stacking them deep and selling them cheap?
Yeah, it's stacking them deep. That's
was it Quality Motors?
Nope.
No, that was not it. There's a guy's name that was a commercial. I guess it was stacking.
No, it's not just him. It seems like a whole bunch of people. Like that must be a terminology. We stack them deep and sell them cheap.
Type in retired dealer off Highway 20 mantra, stacking them deep, selling them cheap. I can see him plain as day. It's amazing I can output a name with him. But anyway, he was the
Somebody's
king
gotta
of it.
know.
He'd walk them down his lot, and that was his big claim to fame.
There's that boy, and that it worked.
Yeah.
Stack them deep, sell them cheap. Interstate Hyundai, West Monroe, and L.A. How did
Oh
that?
no, that's that you got to put Fort Worth.
Yeah, wrong Highway 20, buddy.
Somebody's got to know.
Yeah, it was in Tarrant County. Gosh, I can see him. It's going to drive me nuts.
I know we'll have to have it.
Now Classic Chevrolet is coming up and everything.
What's a certain guy? There's an individual that had the commercial that did that.
Okay. I think I'll figure this one out here.
Anybody knows if y'all can help us with that? Stacking them deep and selling them cheap. The commercial here in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex for a lot of years, his commercial. Yeah. Todd Gentman ought to know this answer. Well, thanks everybody for being a part of the broadcast today and the radio show. We're here every Saturday morning from 8 to noon, bringing you the best in top 40 music with Morgan, who? What was that guy's name?
Wallen.
Wallen. Wally. Gee, Wally.
Golly, I can't believe that.
Can't find it either.
Been a while.
We're looking, folk. Y'all can help us. Pray for us. We find it. It'll drive us nuts.
1 minute.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see if that works. No. Well, I gave it the best hoorah I knew how.
You went everywhere, huh?
Hoorah.
Hey, what was his name? You know, hang on. Brian will know. Brian will know. That's going to be my guy.
I
Let's
forgot
see.
to play your song at the bottom of the hour. I'm sorry.
Come on.
I'll play it now.
You're all right. You okay?
What show or movie is that off of? You guys used to crack up all the time. The Fired.
Oh, that's that was Donald Trump used to.
In the gold corner and wrestling for the Automotive Edge.com. Give it up for the World Tag Team Champions, fighting for all your automotive needs. It's Kurt, Chase, and Big Wheels Bull Carver.
About that. I'll give a. I can't find nothing on it. And welcome back to the Automotive Edge radio show here with Kurt Chase, and I am Big Wheels Bo Carver, the co-host. Thanks for everybody for tuning in here on this Saturday morning, and we're here every Saturday morning from 8 a.m. to noon. So be sure and tell some friends and neighbors, in-laws, outlaws, brother-in-laws, sister-in-laws. Just don't tell the real law that we're here. And the Talk Radio 1190 is a station out of Dallas-Fort Worth, but it's also an iHeart Media Network station. So you can find us anywhere by going to the iHeart Media app and then searching Talk Radio 1190 Dallas, finding us there. And then all of our social media sites. We've got, you can find us live broadcasting video and audio on the Automotive Edge Facebook page, on our sister Facebook page, Shifting Gears, my personal page, Bo Carver, Kurt Chase's personal page, LinkedIn, on Kurt's LinkedIn page, and on YouTube at the Automotive Edge Radio Show. So there you go.
214-787-1190. That's 214-787-1190. This segment of the show brought to you by Big Wheels Body Shop, Risinger Road and 35. You got that 3/4 ton or bigger. You're a company owner. You got that box truck. You got those trailers. School buses. If you're working for the ISD and you want to get that bus looking good again, safe for the kiddos, all ready to go, the place, BigWheelsBodyShop.com. Will Sakala, family owned and operated. I've been there numerous times, and I've seen plenty of buses and vehicles that work in the oil rigs, 18-wheelers, all the way to 3/4 ton Dodge dually pickup trucks. The place, Big Wheels Body Shop, online all the time, helping you. BigWheelsBodyShop.com. So, used cars. Let's talk about used cars. Well, I'll tell you what, this is a short segment. We got a whole lot to cover on that. I'm going to go ahead and push that back to the 9 o'clock hour because there's a bunch to cover what's going on in used cars. A lot of people are talking about used car, but I want to hear my buddy Gerald sent me an incredible article. Now, this one right here sent me over the edge.
Okay.
You know what? I know there's a lot of things that go on in other country, in Colombia and Brazil and all these different countries. But the Oswald Cruz Foundation is, they do a lot of research for aquatic creatures.
This
Okay.
is not Leroy's in the family, is it? Lee Harvey's family?
Wow.
Anyway,
Sarah Novus, a marine ecotoxologist at the Marine Environmental Service Science Center, Polytechnic University, says she's very worried about what's going on with sharks off the coast of Brazil.
Well, wouldn't you be?
With sharks?
I'm not concerned about sharks.
You were concerned about them when you went to Florida.
I wouldn't. Well, I didn't get in the water. I'm not concerned about them. I don't research sharks. That's not my whole deal. But sharks off the coast of Brazil are now everyone that they've tested. Guess what they're tested positive for?
COVID?
Cocaine.
Really?
Yep. Sharks off the coast of Brazil have tested
Wow.
positive for cocaine. Marine biologists tested 13 Brazilian sharp-nosed sharks taken from the shores of the Rio de Janeiro and found they tested for high levels of cocaine in their muscles and livers. The concentrate as much as 100 times higher than previously reported in any aquatic creature.
Maybe that's why they're coming to shore. They're high as a kite and looking for more dope.
The Oswald Cruz Foundation is the first to find the presence in sharks. Experts believe the cocaine is making its way into the waters via illegal labs where the drug is manufactured through excrement of the drug users. Packs of cocaine lost or dumped by traffickers at sea could also be the source.
That's what I was thinking.
All females in the study were pregnant, but the consequence of cocaine exposure for the fetuses are unknown, experts say. Further research is required whether cocaine is changing the behavior
1 minute
of sharks.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. I think that's what they're doing.
You know what? I think more of this stuff needs to be reported than all the crazy things going on with politics.
That's crazy. That's like really.
I mean, here's the thing. What got them to test the sharks in the first place?
Yeah, what exactly? That's
Well,
what
why
I
would
was
you even
thinking.
Hey,
worry
Bo,
about it?
let's go take the boat out. We're going to grab 13 sharks and we're going to check them out.
Well, they get money for all that. You know that. I mean,
But to go,
This shark's acting a little funny.
30 seconds.
yeah, they're swimming faster than they've ever
did they
swam
find a little
before.
powder on their noses?
You know, going, goodness gracious.
Straw?
214-787-1190.
$100 bill?
214-787-1190. Let's take a quick break, pay some bills. We'll be right back.
See
Their
this-
lips, they're doing that lip roll.
yes, yeah.
It's like,
See-
man, I can see a coked out shark when I know one. Let's get this little guy tested.
See that shark out there with $100 bill?
You know what's really weird is that there's also the story of the cocaine bear too, which was just made into a movie like this last year or whatever.
They say that movie was horrible.
Well, the movie was, what I was told, was despicably horrible and trash, but that's based off a real story of a bear actually getting into cocaine.
Well, I could see that happening because of where people where they're at and what they're doing, and if a bear comes into a camp, you're going to scatter it. And if you've got that kind of stuff,
Well, it
around.
was supposed to be. I think the movie at least got that right, that it was a plane crash.
Or was it?
Yeah. Of
Hey,
like,
now I want the gorillas.
no, this
That's
is
a
the ones
bear.
with the bear.
Oh,
See,
the bear. Yeah, we watched that.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
The
You watched
movie
the
was.
movie?
Was it any good?
It was way out there.
Was it crazy?
Well, yeah, I mean, they're beating on the bear, and the bear ain't even being effective.
Well, that's not crazy out there. There's videos of like people like hitting bears with shovels and the
Not
bears not
doing nothing,
reacting.
Yeah, so the cartel's like, hey, where's our shipment? Now
Oh.
they can't find it. And so these guys go in and they said, well, we heard there was all these kilos of cocaine dropped into this area. Well, they go out there and yeah, they found it, but they found something else.
The bear.
They showed the bear ripping arms off bodies.
Oh,
and,
okay.
I mean, it just, yeah,
Just craziness.
it's.
But that is based on a true story.
That's based on a true story. yeah.
Wow.
And
pretty
the
nice.
shark deal is crazy because are they getting? Because the bear deal made a lot of sense to me.
Right.
A bunch of cocaine ends up in one place. Bears are very naturally curious
Yeah,
animals with very
sure.
powerful olfactory nerves. Sure, they're going to get into some coke.
Right.
Sharks.
That's a different story.
How do they
though.
get cocaine? Just kind of
I would
like
think it would dissolve in the ocean.
That's
before it
kinda
would
what I
even
would
affect
imagine.
them.
I don't know.
Well, you would think.
Unless
but
they're
just
eating the
think how-
bag.
just
where the
think,
bag
even though
is
it's salt
filled.
water, how many chemicals don't break down?
Yeah, but it could be like in a bag and they just heat the whole bag.
Well,
You follow what I'm
they're
saying?
saying the product has been leaked into the ocean.
Like, would that
Mhm.
imply that every single animal in Rio de Janeiro is cooked up?
Yeah, or ever sea creature
Well,
like a
you
yeah.
wouldn't say
dolphin.
every.
or-
I mean, you would. They're talking about it in the water, not
What?
on land.
But you got
Oh,
dolphins.
I didn't mean on land. Yeah, every
dolphins. I mean, those like that.
all the
and-
The
fish,
only
all
ones
the
they've tested so far are the sharks, and that's what this agency does. They monitor sharks.
I guess we see a couple dolphins coming out there doing, back, like going on their tails for a long ways. Like
I mean
we might
everything
suspect it.
everything but those dolphins and whales, they all breathe the same way. So if that's how they're getting the coke in their system and they're not going in, like, because I kind of assumed what you assumed, that they were somehow eating it or doing something weird to
Well,
get
I would
into
think
it.
it'd be more eating it, like where they drop bags in there. You know how they have them in
Yeah,
bags.
but you'd have to
and then
have
eat
a
it.
whole lot of bags and
Well,
you
I
know.
see that better than it just leaking in the ocean.
Yeah, well, if it's just leaking in the ocean, that just means that every piece of marine life is
And well, the ocean's
floating
pretty
up.
big too.
Well, yeah, but if it's just an area around a bay or whatever,
I
like
gotcha.
oil spills don't
Right.
affect, thousands of miles. But fish aren't smart enough to just swim away forever.
So back to this deal with the bear. Was that like a private plane that crashed, or was it?
Yeah.
So yeah, they were doing a drug deal, like carrying the stuff.
Well, they were dropping it off for a
Okay.
landing,
Okay.
and the plane didn't crash. They dropped it off, and it got lost in the jungle
Oh, I got you.
or the woods. Really, it wasn't even jungle.
Right.
And they missed their target, and then they told them, "Hey, here's what's happened." And the cartel said, "We want our money. Go find it. We still want our money," kind
Right.
of thing. And these two guys go in there, have no clue.
Oh, so
what
the
they-
guys that dropped it went in there to get it?
no,
Oh,
that was the cartel.
okay.
And so they told the other part of their cartel, "Hey, you need to go get this.
Right.
There's $100 million, whatever it is, of cocaine. We got to get
Recover
this,
it,
or
right.
Pablo Escobar is going to kill
Yeah,
us
I
all."
got you.
So these guys go in, and Yaha breaks loose. It was, and the bear actually looked so real.
Did it really?
And next thing you know, here's this bear, and they're walking through, and he turns the corner. He's got powder all over his face. He is coming on,
And
and you see an arm literally get ripped off a body. And
oh wow!
I don't know how many people wound up dying, but yeah, it was.
Did they ever get the stuff?
No, is he just killing him to kill him? Like, is he like, or is he trying to get more cocaine? Like, is it like
Just being
is it
crazy.
Like a search
He's
the
just
bear?
He's just crazy.
I mean, like, is the bear like just has it become an addiction in the show? Like, does he multiple?
You need to watch it.
Ugh,
I guess we
You just
will.
it
watch
just sounds like it's such a waste of
We'll
time
watch
to sit
it.
down and watch.
It's really kind of funny and crazy at the same time.
That's why it's
and
just
once you
wacky,
get
huh?
started, and you see how this bear reacts, and you got to realize that there's still families out there hunting and hiking and having a grand
Oh,
old time.
gosh.
It's not just the cartel out there looking for it. This is an actual
Is
place
it on like
where
a park? Then?
people go camping and hiking, and yeah.
Oh, Robert says that there's a car show tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Elks Lodge in Irving. Well,
Yeah, I saw that.
well, let them. We're sharing it right now. Good
Let's
deal.
see here.
Rhett Davis, morning. Kurt Chase. Okay, Rhett. How about Bo Carver?
Brett Davis, that's a
1 minute.
long time friend. I think Rhett, if I'm not mistaken, is related to Alan Gorell somehow. They're cousins or something. I don't remember. I always thought I had heard that somehow. But
Related to who?
that Rhett, he's retired, and all he does now is get his beautiful wife and get on that motorcycle and travel the great U.S. of A.
And tuned into the radio show today.
That's
so
right.
Thanks a lot.
Robert Coronado, another great Irvingite. I grew up with all the
30
Coronados.
seconds.
I grew up with Cleo Coronado.
I don't know if he meant to say hello, Bo, or hell no, but he
Hell
said
no.
hell no. Well, thanks for joining us, Rhett, being out here in this beautiful Saturday. We're just friends.
Okay, maybe it was Tony Thompson. I'm thinking of. There was one of the guys there. They were distant cousins or something. I forgot what it was. Anyway, I'm going up to see Alan next month. Me and Ronnie Bentley going up there to see.
Welcome to the Automotive Edge.com Stadium. It's the bottom of the ninth inning with 2 out, man on third, and Team Consumers are behind by 1 run. At the plate for the Consumers is Kurt Chase. The count is full. Joe Bag on the mound, waiting for the side. He goes to the stretch. Here's the pitch. It's a long fly ball, hit deep in the left center field. It's going, gone. 2-run homer. Another great walk-off win for Team Consumer by Kurt Chase at the AutomotiveEdge.com.
All right.
Oh, there we go. I had that backwards, Brett. That he was your uncle. Got it. Okay, I knew there was something going on there.
Well, you
know,
had the
I'm
connection.
64 now, buddy, but there's something. Yeah, Rhett Davis, one of the class guys that we grew up with, just good people. And thanks for joining us and tuning in. 214-787-1190 is the number. That's 214-787-1190. This segment of the show is brought to you by Burleson Nissan right there at 35 and Renfro Road. We were just down there picking up a brand new Nissan Sentra for my daughter. And Justin Crane and his staff knocked it out of the park as usual. And remember, if you say Bo or Kurt, they're going to give you 3 free years of maintenance. That's 3 free years of maintenance just for mentioning the Automotive Edge radio show. So for everybody, you know, the average used car is about $27,000. They have cars well under that. Guess what? They're brand new. So you can get a brand new car for less than what the average used car is selling for right now. Great rates, great people, great discounts, on and on and on. The place, Burleson Nissan, 35 and Renfro Road. Look at all their specials today at burlesonnissan.com. And the new Kicks is coming out, and you want to be sure to take a look at that at burlesonnissan.com. So let's talk about used cars real quick. Here's the thing. Used car prices have been really, really high since COVID. I mean, they went through the roof because the new car dealers didn't have new inventory. And so then the new used car prices started coming down. They were going what we call MMR, which is Manheim Market Report. They were going 5, 6, 7, 10, 15,000 over MMR just because there was new car inventory. There was no new car inventory. And everything that was coming in was pre-sold. So those prices started coming down to MMR and then a little bit less. And now the dealers are trying to clear out their inventory, and they're looking for those CPOs, the cars they can trade in to certify for pre-owned. Not a lot out there. Not a lot of people turning in their lease cars or keeping them, refinancing them because they're in equity situations unlike ever before. Here's the problem. The used car rates are so high that now the dealers are having to really discount their pre-owned automobiles to get rid of them. So there's no special rates unless it's a certified pre-owned on the pre-owned vehicles. So with that being said, what do? They're taking cars and they're marking them down and letting the consumers know, yeah, we know the rates are high. We have no control over that. We're going to give you the best used car rate possible, but we're going to take and discount the vehicle enough to help compensate for the rate. So there's some really, really good pre-owned deals out there right now because the dealers know people with really good credit, they're not going to pay 7.5% on a pre-owned vehicle. I'm not. I got people calling me every day going, you're not going to believe this. I got a 750 beacon score. I got an 805 beacon score. And they're telling me my rate's 715. I'm like, I get it, but what are they selling you the vehicle for? So I had to find out, are we taking a car, and I'm looking at MMR, average, and then I'm looking at a few other sites, looking at average book value, and I'm going, hang on a second here. You may be paying a higher interest rate, but they're selling you that car $2,000 back a book. Unless there's something wrong with that car, that's a really good deal, because you figure every interest point is $10. Okay. So you wanted 3%, but they're giving you 7%. So that's $40 a month in interest rate. But if they're taking a vehicle, so you figure $40 a month times a year, that's $480 a year times, let's say 5, and that's what is that going to be? $2,800. What are they selling the car for? So if you take that car and they're several thousand behind MMR to say a really good stand-up vehicle, then you're still winning. But a lot of people don't have that mindset. They just shut down at 7%. I'm done. I don't want to buy the car. Your interest rates are through the roof. And I'm like, well, hang on a second. I'll give you a great example. There was a guy that was looking at Infinity, and he called me up and he goes, hey, they told me my rate is 695 and I got an 822 Beacon. I went, yeah. I said, well, what are they selling you the car for? He goes, who gives a crap? I'm not paying 695. Okay, that's fantastic. So we booked it out, and MMR on the car was $56,000. Okay. Manheim Market Report. That's average what these cars are going with. They were selling that car for $51,900. I went, buy the car. Your interest rate, I mean, the discount supersedes your interest rate. And so, but a lot of people don't have that mindset. All they do is they hone in on that one number. You know, it's amazing.
And it's also, too, if the interest rates drop, he could refinance it if it dropped low enough to do that.
Yeah, with a good price on it, because, you know, when the banks go to refinance, they go book to value.
Right.
And say, okay, wait, hang on, you got to put this money down to get it in our
Well, he's already
portfolio.
below, so it could work out to where it's a good deal to a year or whatever down the road when things change and the interest for these pre-owned vehicles get down where they should be. He's still going to win.
Yeah, I always tell people, you know, let's do the math. You know, it's something. People were so just payment conscious.
Well, that's what Harmon Robinson says about homes. He says, you know, don't worry about that right now. If you got a good deal on the home, it's going to increase in value.
Right.
So that interest that you're so worried about is going to offset. And then when interest comes down, you can refinance it.
Yeah, and you can refinance house as many times as you want.
Right.
You know, you're not limited to once a year or whatever.
Right.
You can refinance, you know,
next
once the paperwork
month.
clears.
Yeah, exactly.
But I just tell people, let's just do the math on it. Don't walk away from a good deal, because, you know, I went down the other day to my personal bank and I said, hey, I'm buying a car, and what is my rate? And the lady came back and she goes, well, it was kind of funny. She said, well, good news, Mr. Chase. You have excellent credit. Your rate's 715. And I went, have a great day.
You're in great shape.
And I already knew that I'm getting a great price on the car, but I
Right.
went, no, that's still not working for me. So I called the dealer and I said, hey, when you find me a bank and here's where my rate needs to be, I'll just hold off. I don't care.
Right.
You know, for me, obviously we all want the best of both worlds, but if you're in a situation where you have to have a car,
don't let that stop you if you have a great deal on the vehicle.
Yeah, don't pass up. The dealers, I'm telling you, they're digging deep to move inventory. The average gross profit on a pre-owned vehicle it's been cut 50%, especially over this month with the CDK and all the problems that they're having. They went, hang on a second here. This dog ain't hunting. We got to figure this whole thing out. And so there's some fantastic deals out there from now to the end of the month. And the end of the month on, the beginning of August, we'll know exactly where we stand as far as inventory. And inventory decides discounts, incentives, rates,
Leases,
lease programs.
Right.
That's what makes the world go round. Is when they look at that day supply, what's in transit and what's being built in factory. That's what designates what they're going to put on that automobile.
Going into the last quarter of the year, huh?
Yeah, we're getting close. You got August, since we're in Q3.
Right.
So you'll have August, September, October. September, you'll finish up Q3. Then you have October, November, December to finish out the year. So there are some fantastic deals out there. And just think on your pickup truck. So you're getting $14,750 off. I'm not going to say who cares what the rate is. It's not going to be that bad. And then when these rates dump, boy, you could refinance that truck and be sitting even prettier.
Right.
So let's just sit down and do the math. And if anybody gets mad about interest rates, it's me. When I look at it and go, hang on a second, I've worked so hard to, one time, my credit was so bad I couldn't afford to pay attention, much less pay for a car. And now it's,
we've all probably been there.
Yeah, I've worked very hard to get my credit back in line. So I want the best of both worlds, like everybody else in town. So, but you got to look at that bottom line. And if you back up, let's say a couple of years ago, all people cared about was payment. They didn't care what the interest rate was. They didn't care what they were getting their trade for. They just said, get me to that payment and I'm buying a car. Worst way you can buy an automobile, the worst way. And now it's, whoa, hold the horses here. 7% on a pre-owned auto. Let me tell you, there's a lot of 8 and 9% on pre-owned automobiles. When you look at some rates, get this. This is new car rates. New car rates. So you figure what used cars are. You can see this. Look at this. This is Volkswagen, 0 to 11% on new. Look at this, 0 to 9%.
Yeah, so
look at this one here.
It's not on every vehicle that when
0 to 13%.
Oh my Lord!
And so you're sitting here looking 0 to 12%, and these are brand new vehicles. And I think that's probably it is the highest number out there is 13%. But you're going, wow, how does that happen? Well, A, it's going to be supply and demand on that particular vehicle. And B, until we get rid of what's going on in Washington.
Well, one's out of the way already.
get the crazies out of there and get people that really care about us. This is going to continue to happen. But let's sit down and do the math. I had a guy the other day who was buying 2 pickup trucks, and he goes, Kurt, my company's the guarantor on us. Well, commercial lending is a completely different thing than retail lending, completely different setup. But we wound up, I told him, I said, well, hang on a second here.
1 minute.
You're getting over $30,000 discounts between both vehicles. That rate shouldn't matter. Should not matter. Not on that kind of money.
Right.
And once we talked, he goes, well, I appreciate you making sense out of the whole deal. And went and picked up his pickup truck.
Well, good for him.
214-787-1190 is the number. That's 214-787-1190. Let's take a quick break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
And thanks, everybody, for being a part of our broadcast today. Here with the host, Kurt Chase, and myself, Big Wheels Bo Carver. Graham Knoxmere Bo Carver at the helm over here on our technical guru.
You notice he
Maddie Gomez back in studio that keeps us afloat and the ship running on the airwaves on Talk Radio 1190. So we are happy that everybody's part of our broadcast today. It's a nice song right there. Diamond Rio.
He moves a lot more in his own house. He's a lot more pacey in here. He's got to go grab stuff, got to go check on the dogs, whatever is going on.
So, yes, sir, we are having a good day today. I hope everybody else is having a good day out there. It's going to be still in a pretty nice weather issue here in North Texas, where we broadcast out of. Partly cloudy, looks like they're calling for most of the day, and looks like right now it's 76 degrees, and they're calling for a high, well, about 91 maybe. It's later in the afternoon, but up in the 80s. How about that, Carver?
I won't be outside.
We got work to do.
Yeah, we'll push it till Sunday.
Well, how's it going to be any better? It's going to be worse Sunday.
Is it going to be hotter?
It's going to be hotter and sunny.
Oh, that's great.
We need to get it out of the way today.
There ain't no good time to do
We
work.
should knock that out pretty quick. It ain't won't be that hard.
It's going to take me maybe
I'm going to help
5
you.
minutes. You're not going to help me because there's no way we can both get in there at the same time.
No, but I need to help move the fence out and to get that piece off there to get to the fence.
Yeah. Well, no.
Actually, we could just cut that, not even open that.
It'll take 2 seconds to unscrew it.
Well, I think it's the fencing is screwed into the part of the building, and then we've got this piece over that's screwed in. Might be easier to cut. We'll see. Okay, the screw out will be a lot easier.
No clue. No clue.
but we get on it and get it done.
After
today.
that's done, it's just some weeding, and then we'll be done. That'll take 2 seconds.
Get that saw. You're gonna need that saw on those
No, I'll probably just take a little, like, hatchet or something.
You can do that.
Just like,
sling blade.
yeah, just knock them off. Because I just need to knock them off and just weed eat around it, and boom.
They're so thick though.
Yeah, they are. They're
That's why
pretty,
it's-
dude. I almost don't want to get rid of them. I almost want to keep them there. They're just so big. And
Yeah,
Curly.
but that's I don't know. Don't like the way it is over there. Need to
I
clean
loved
up.
it, like how it was, all full and with plants all up in it, and she's growing her plants in it.
You mean our vegetables that are no
Uh-huh.
longer there anymore?
I liked when she was doing that.
Just need to move that around somewhere. It's a little closer than being way out there. So here we are. I don't think it matters.
No, I think you're good. I think the way to go is to just plant stuff all over your yard. Just make your yard a garden at this point. I mean, if you've got
Just
the
a
land,
whole well.
the
you-
land we do,
a
you
lot of
might as
people
well.
do that in Ponder. There's been some people out there
Yeah.
that got big old gardens. I know the Amish Mafia has a pretty big garden.
Oh yeah, he does it well. He probably does it the best.
Yeah,
He
he
gets some
he
good
knows
stuff
how
out
to
of
get
there,
it
too.
rolling.
One minute.
One
Thank you.
minute.
Appreciate it. So remember Tuesday night, 7 to 8, Shifting Gears, Kurt Chase, and Bigglesbow Carver with all kinds of stuff we'll be talking about from 7 to 8 on the Shifting Gears broadcast.
Gerald said
I know.
that we
I saw that. It's
remind
funny.
him of special ed teachers.
Yeah, I know. What's up, Ralph?
Okay, Gerald, we're going to delete you for that comment.
Oh, I thought we kind of minded ourselves with that too.
Yeah.
But say, Ralph, you
15
looking
seconds.
good. You look like you've lost a little bit of weight. Or did you just buy a bigger shirt? It looks good. You look good, man. How you doing?
No, it is a lady shirt. Because where the buttons are.
Was it on the wrong side? I would have never known if you had
Carol's going to be calling him in and going, "Hey, where's my shirt?"
Well, there you go. That was what you had, huh? Oh. The ball? How about that, huh?
214-787-1190 is the number. That's 214-787-1190. It's the Automotive Ed radio show helping you with all your automotive needs, whether you're buying, selling, trading, leasing, parts, service, or body shop. We are here to help. Go to theautomotiveedge.com, click on Ask Kurt. Leave me your name and number. I'll call you right after the show. And I just checked. I've got 19 emails already. And I'm telling you, this is a great weekend to buy an automobile with everything that happened with CDK. It was a financial hurting for the dealers, but they still know they got to get rid of the inventory because they don't want to pay their interest on these cars after a certain day. The interest kicks in. They want them gone. And now you got all the new models that are going to start showing up your 2025. So it's a great time to go make your car deal today. Between now and Wednesday, these dealers need to get that inventory gone. So go to theautomotiveedge.com, click on Ask Kurt, leave me your name and number. Right when we shut the show down, I'll go into my office. I'll start calling everybody in order that the emails came in. And remember, if you have that automobile that you want to get appraised, go to theautomotiveedge.com. When you click on Ask Kurt, scroll down, and there's a credit application and a trade appraisal. We can help you out and make sure that your automotive needs are taken care of.
And you get what you need to be getting it before you do anything with it.
That's right. 214-787-1190 is the number. That's 214-787-1190. And let us help you with your automotive needs. So here's some good news. The government is kind of backtracking. The EPA, which I get tired of all these agencies that the government has that think that they're helping us, and they're not. And now they all need more money in their budget when the government's broke to do more things that are not beneficial to the American people. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, you talk about dumb. There's too many robbing Paul to pay Peter, and too many people scratching each other's back at the bar down the street from the Capitol, putting these deals together that are just crushing the American people. But the EPA backed off their CAFE, which is the corporate average fuel economy. If you remember back in the starting in the 2010 era, moving forward, they wanted to put mandates at crazy numbers, 55 to 60 miles per gallon, all the way across the board. And that's where the big push for electric cars came in. And so I had a guy call me out, and he goes, I remember years ago you had a big push for electric cars. You talked a lot about it. And I said, well, I didn't have a push for electric cars. What I said was, if they're going to mandate electric cars, we need to fight against that. And then what the manufacturers need to do is build one or two electric vehicles and use that to balance the CAFE to continue to produce ICE cars that people actually want. That was my whole point, that if you have a car that takes zero gasoline, and you take zero and you divide it into any number, that number's coming way down, and that will continue to allow the manufacturers to build what we, the consumers, want to buy. And so he goes, well, I don't remember you saying it that way. I said, well, I do. I remember exactly what I said is when you have companies like Ford, Chevy, and Dodge that are building American muscles, that are building these high-performance vehicles, they have to have an electric vehicle or two to bring that CAFE down and continue to build V8s. We want V8s. We love V8s. And the people that are sitting up in the Capitol.
Who's the committee that does that? I mean, who's involved in that?
Well, it's the EPA,
So,
Environmental Protection Agency.
So is that like 2 or 3 people, one person?
No, it's a whole department of hundreds and hundreds of people
that decide that?
Well, you have the head of the EPA. Everybody gets together and they start doing all of these atmospheric testing and pollution, and blah, 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 and come up with these stupid numbers. So the deal was by 2031, they wanted 58 miles per gallon CAFE, meaning if you take all the vehicles and you encompass them, they had to be at 58 miles per gallon. Well, we all knew that in order to do that, it was going to destroy the economy. It was going to destroy the petroleum industry, the oil industry. Gas stations were just going to have to charge a fortune because when you're increasing the gas mileage, you're using less gas.
Which is going to increase groceries and increase your products that you're buying in the store, shirts, pants, everything.
But the reason for that would be the cost of the vehicles that are getting this kind of mileage. That's going to raise it up.
Well, but the cost of the gas to go up because of the lack of the use with what you're talking about, limiting the amount of gas that's going to be sold. That means the prices go up. So that means that when transportations are taking place, the gas is up. And that means you're having to pay more for everything.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is you're losing 38 cents per gallon for road and bridge, and the road and bridge is broke. So
there you go.
you're saying, let's go to 58, the road and bridge is broke, and then it's going to be even broker. So then what do you got to do? You got to start raising taxes. How do you do that? Well, then you say, okay, not only do we want to clean the air, which this Green Deal is the biggest lying piece of junk that certain people in the government put this forward. There is no ozone falling apart. It's just a big lie. And it was a great way that Al Gore became,
Where is he nowadays?
Sitting in his mansion.
Under a rock.
Sitting in his mansion. He's worth like $250 million now. He put enough people together where, he lied to everybody and got all these scientists to back it. And they made hundreds of millions of dollars off the American back on a false pretense, 100% false. And I've got the information to back everything that I'm saying. But anyway, it's 38 cents a gallon. So the road and bridge is broke, meaning we need new roads and infrastructure. So what do?
We have to tax your miles.
Well, then you have to go tax your miles. So what you do is every time you get your car inspected, they're going to have this new inspection system. And they put in, okay, Bo drove 12,200 miles, and they lock that number in. Then when you come in for your next inspection to get the sticker for your tags, now you've got 24,000 miles on it. Instead of the 58 to $82 per sticker, which is average, depending on what you're driving. Now that thing is going to be $1,000. So in order to get that sticker to put on your car so the popo don't get you, you have to pay per mile. That's what they're trying. Out in California, they've already just submitted that to try to get it approved that people are paying. So let's go green, which is, I don't even understand that. crush the road and bridge. It'll be gone. And then where do we get road and bridge? Well, we have to raise taxes somewhere to compensate for the road and bridge, the 38 cents a mile tax. That's gone, or gallon, excuse me. And so then we start robbing Paul to pay Peter again. We start dipping into people's pockets and just continuing to devastate the American people while 535 people are sitting in Washington getting rich with all the deals that they're cutting with all these lobbyists. That's really what's going on. If you don't believe it, get your head out of the sand and do me a favor. Don't vote personalities, vote reality in November. Don't vote personality, vote reality. And this economy and this government will turn around, because he's going to do two things. One is he's going to drill, baby, drill. And the other thing, he's going to take this new green deal and abolish it. And then people say, well, I'm not really big on the environment. Well, that would be a lie. I don't think anybody in my neighborhood recycles as much as I do, plants it, puts up as much money as I do. And I have over the years planting trees. Don't go there with me. The thing about it is you've got no proof. If you remember back in the...
Well, first of all, number one is China and Russia don't care about none of this. So you're kind of something in the wind.
We'll pull China out of it. Look at Russia and India.
There you go.
If you look at Russia and India, Russia said that the latest report, they're building 535 new coal-fired plants. India is building 600. And how far is Russia from Alaska?
About what? 25, 30 miles.
You're going. So hang on. So the head of the EPA says we need another couple of $1 billion for our agency. And he goes, well, let me ask you a question. What if we gave you $1 trillion? What is that going to do to the atmosphere?
They have no answer.
Well, it's going to help with employment. Blowing up the government, more employees. And he said, well, how much will that reduce the ozone? And no one has an answer. You know why? Because it's false. It's 100% false. The manufacturers, and I know this for a fact because I've been to almost every manufacturer's factory here in the United States, are trying to figure out how they can make water drip out of the exhaust pipe. Because you're going to have condensation somewhere in that system with that kind of burn coming out the exhaust pipe. And it goes back to, I've said so many times, where you had LEV, then you had ULEV, then you have SULEV, which is super ultra low emissions vehicles. And the manufacturers are doing their part. But a lot of these people with no common sense that people elected in the office are really hosing the American people because they don't know what they're doing. That's like grabbing somebody in the waiting room going, hey, we're shorthanded in brain surgery. Can you give us a hand? Suit them up. Get them scrubbed up. Here we go. And that's what's going on in Washington. I could help out a whole bunch there. I'll let Kurt chase. 214-787-1190 is the number. That's 214-787-1190. Let's take a quick break. We got a special guest coming up here on the Automotive Edge Radio Show on 1190 KFXR, part of the iHeartMedia Network. We'll be right back.
Brian Bartlett says, build back better with our tax dollars.
All right, so here's the perspective of Graham Carver. So I'm not going to get into it.
Well, you got to get. Why are you getting into it then?
Here we go.
We're going to submit the camera back a little bit.
Next week, we get Libido coming.
Uh-oh.
So I'm a believer in the greenhouse gas effect and environmental deterioration, but not worth arguing, because here's the thing. The most amount of pollution in this world is coming from where? It's coming from what?
Oh, you got one over there?
It's coming from the industrious nations of this world, the economic superplexes.
Superplexes. That sounds like a hold in the wrestling.
It is.
Superflex. And that's, what is that? That's surplex. Well, no, what is that called?
Suplex.
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 Yeah, now they say that, Bill Gates' big thing about not wanting buying all this farmland. And then you got some of the Hollywood celebrities, and I was watching the deal. They want to get rid of cows because the gas the cows are emitting.
Yeah.
And that's why they want to go to 3D printers of meat and poultry and fish. 3D fish.
Well, when they talk about bringing down the emissions for vehicles, that's all I think about is that, like, I have cows. Those things are you can hear them. That methane it's going. I mean, they don't stop producing it, dude. My car, it'll backfire every once in a while, but I can turn it off. Can't turn off a cow. It's backfiring every 20 minutes. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, but I think it takes a lot of cows to have a lot of problems on that.
Again, I've read several articles about volcanoes. One volcano produces so much
Exactly. Yeah.
CO2 that in don't quote me on the numbers, but there's nothing we could do to compensate for that in 20 years
For what they do.
for what one volcano does. And
One,
there's
one
something,
eruption.
and there's like 24 active volcanoes around the world.
And these aren't even like the super volcanoes. These are like
One
just
just
the
went
little
off.
active ones
Right,
that are just
Yeah, there
producing.
was one that just popped.
Just did in Yellowstone, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was somewhere, and they just
2
showed
days ago.
all the families and everybody standing around taking pictures. And all of a sudden, boom,
There it
that thing
came.
hit, and
Did you
everybody's
see that?
shagging it.
But I don't like the idea of anything in Yellowstone starting to build up and pop because there's a huge volcano under Yellowstone. I mean, like the largest
Well, it went
volcano
off.
on Earth, I think.
It was a small one went off a couple of days ago there. People just see them take off running.
Oh yeah,
You know, if the one in Yellowstone actually came to erupt, I think it basically spelled the end for everybody,
I,
at least in the northern hemisphere.
I saw a documentary movie about, I don't know where it was now, but they would go out to this island to see this kind of where a volcano was, and a whole bunch. It was out some place, and they'd take a boat out and go. It was a tourist thing, and while they were out there, and it went off.
Wow.
And it was bad. So I don't know if I want to be around one of those.
Oh, what do
things.
you do I mean, what's your next play? I mean, okay, sure. Once you get there, you see the volcano and you see it go off. Obviously, you want to turn and run. But after you start turning and running and stuff is falling, just like my phone out of my pocket right in front of you, it's asteroids are falling out of the sky right in front of your face. You got molten lava chasing you down the hill.
Yeah, that's a rough way to
Come
go.
on,
Isn't it?
I mean, not much you can do.
Not the way I want to go. So I'm not really that interested in going checking out volcanoes. The
No.
bottom line.
We went to see one in Costa Rica.
Oh, did you?
And by the time we got there, it was like a 2-hour bus ride. And by the time we got there, it was so cloudy you couldn't see anything.
Really? So 4-hour round trip for
Yeah.
nothing.
And we were on this big bus going over these bridges that were made for, like Volkswagens and stuff. And it was a pretty scary thing. People were praying, and it was
Praying.
a little different.
You know, I keep watching you guys. Are you having a battle over here over the
15 seconds.
over the little volumes? Or
Oh,
whatever?
well, I'll do my volume so I can hear Maddie.
Morning, Maddie. I won't be calling you, by the way, this morning.
Ralph is here with us today, Maddie. So
She got out of here.
Maddie's not talking.
In the gold corner and wrestling for the Automotive Edge.com. Give it up for the World Tag Team Champions fighting for all your automotive needs. It's Kurt, Chase, and Big Wheels Bull Carver.
I like that.
Yeah, I wrote that. 214-787-1190
Yeah.
is the number. That's 214-787-1190. So this morning, Bo gets here to the house to get everything set up. And he asked me about the commercial, and I winked at his son. I said, well, I thought the commercial stunk. I didn't like it.
the
And
intros.
I didn't like the intros. He goes, what about the verbiage? I said, I darn sure didn't like that either. And Bo gets quiet, and Graham's got his head down laughing. I'm trying to keep it straight. And Bo just starts setting up like he's sulking, He's like, I can't believe you just said that. And then finally,
She's played it.
I just had to keep it. And every time I look at Graham, he's laughing. I said, sooner or later, we got to let the cat out of the bag. It's both like, he didn't like my commercial.
I was scared you were gonna let it go all day. I didn't know when we were gonna be done.
Well, I
couldn't
knew
hold it
Maddie was
together.
going to play it, so we had to let our 90-year-old buddy off the hook.
I was just going like, well, that's the last time I'm going to write one.
Hey, could you imagine if we could just hear what was going on in his brain, boy?
Oh, I tell you, I'll
he
tell
was
you.
mad.
I'll tell you what's going on. I said, that'll be the last one I ever write. I tell you that.
I mean, right when I said it, Graham looked at me, and I had to wait where Bo wasn't looking. I had to wink. Graham was like, man, that's pretty rude.
Yeah.
214-787-1190 is the number. If you want to know where to go, who to see, what to do on this beautiful Saturday when it comes to your automotive needs, we've got you taken care of. And my emails are pouring in, and I'm telling you, just as soon as we get off air at noon, I'll be in my office answering everybody's questions, calling you personally. I'm not real big on dissertations and long emails. I'd rather have your phone number. And it's amazing. I had a guy the other day sent me 4 pages of email. I asked him one question. We could have deleted everything. So if that's the way you want to communicate, I will communicate that way. But I always like that one-on-one conversation where we're not LOL and TBD and all the rest of that stuff that goes on, where I fully understand, because the last thing I want to do is misunderstand what you're telling me. And then you go to a dealership and go, wow, this isn't what I wanted. And we can clarify that by the old school of having a conversation. 214-787-1190, joining us, one of our great sponsors, your CBD store, Keller.com. Now, there is a brick and mortar, but we always send you to the website, your CBD store, Keller.com.
That's because they get customers from all over the globe, from everywhere.
Yep.
So, it's hard to come from, California to go to your brick and mortar store. But
We have a lot of people on auto ship. We do that on the 15th of the month. And I mean, we're shipping for California, New Jersey,
there you go.
Montana. I mean, just about all over the country. Tennessee. Yep. Atlanta.
Yep, Atlanta.
Yeah. Just, which has been a great experience.
You know what's amazing is every time that I do something, my aunt was in town, my Aunt Donna, that's where the picture came from. And she was talking about something on her was hurting her leg or hip or something, and she didn't want to fly. So I gave her some of the cream and the spray. She got back home and she was like, I can't believe this. And she's one told her friend going, hey, you got absolutely incredible. But it's amazing how many people come by and they try it and then they wait until the next pain. Why not go ahead and always have some cream on stock or some spray or some gel, so when it comes up, you're taken care of.
Absolutely.
Don't keep coming by my house getting the freebies. Yeah.
This is the your CBD store number 2 in Keller at Kirk's house.
I always keep a dozen seltzers in the refrigerator. I think there's 4 left.
There you go.
And then
that's because Bo was here.
I handed out a bunch, and my sister bought some, and it was amazing. How many people tried the Island Time? I said, when you get home tonight, kick it. And one of my buddies, he says, he likes, 6-pack, sometimes 12-pack of beer. I'm like, I can't imagine drinking a 12-pack of beer. But he goes,
I've seen people do it every Saturday.
I'm sitting there watching TV, and I drank a third of that can, and I couldn't believe how good I felt. I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't where I didn't have control. He goes, but my whole body just went like a big exhale. And he goes, have you ever drank? I said, yeah, I can drink a can of it. He goes, there's no way you can drink a whole can. I said, well, actually, I can drink a whole can of it. And he goes, this stuff's incredible. He goes, where do I get it? I said, your CBD store, Keller.com. And he goes, can you pick me some up? I went, no. No. Your legs ain't broken, and I know your truck runs well because you just bought it. Take your butt over and buy you some.
Absolutely.
How much is it? $1.298. What is that? Go buy it.
Just go
I guarantee it's going to be a whole lot better than buying that case of beer and feeling like crap the next day.
No doubt.
So, Ralph, how are you?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful. The seltzer, by the way, has 0 sugar, 5 calories, and
no alcohol.
No alcohol. And so we have a lot of people buy it that are diabetic or quit drinking, that type of environment.
Right.
And last month, we sold 11 cases of Island Time.
How about that?
Just the Island Time.
Just the Island Time. And we have several, I won't mention, important people in Keller and their spouses, and they buy the Island Time on a regular basis. And so it's been a great product.
Journey for you guys too. And I know y'all don't have to do it, but you enjoy doing it, and you're helping a lot of people, and it's actually become a ministry to y'all, I believe.
Absolutely. It has just been a real adventure.
Well, the stories that's come out of there is just unbelievable. And we've heard quite a few ourselves by doing the shows there before, but I know you hear them probably on a daily basis, and it blows me away, some of those stories. So I know that's an encouragement to keep going, and you got the best products on the market. So
absolutely. And I kind of like to educate people on this. I don't know. Can I show this real quick?
Yeah, you got to get up to the camera.
Can you show it real close to the camera?
So
here, I'll do it.
What's kind of different about us than everybody else is that we have the 7 strands of the cannabinoids. So our body produces cannabinoids. However, as we get older, it's less and less and less. So we've become more of a plant science company. Like CBN is good for sleep, CBC is good for pain, CBG is good for focus, energy, and then we have all of our products with THC and then without. So most CBD on the market is an isolate, meaning just the CBD. And we have all the other components in there, which makes it really an interesting and more fruitful product. And if you want to turn that around real quick, there's a little graph that we show people that different ways of taking CBD. For example, the vape products, they get in your system very quick, but they don't last very long. Water soluble is one of the products that get into your system very quick, but again, it doesn't last as long. Gummies, that's the big popular thing nowadays is gummies of everything, but the gummies take longer because it has to go through the gut. And it doesn't last as long as the tincture. The tincture, what you put under your tongue, is probably the truest form of
And that's
CBD.
an oil-based product.
The oil-based, yep. And anyways, I had surgery a while back, and they told me to get off everything and make a long
Man,
story.
I was hoping you'd leave him standing there for a while.
Come on,
Why'd you do
my
that?
arm's about to fall
I
off.
know. I was going to see how long you come on,
he kept
Graham.
looking at me like I was the director or something. Like I was in
know,
charge
I
of
was
him
waiting
holding
for
up
it.
Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
I was waiting for him to give him the sign.
I'll wait for the arm just to start shaking.
It was getting real close.
He kept looking down at me, and then I was getting worried. Keep going, Ralph. Sorry, we broke you
No
off.
problem. It's just, a picture's worth 1,000 words.
Just
And
say it
that's,
again.
that's kind of why I like it. So the tincture is probably the truest
The
form.
best way to go, really,
Yeah,
for
because
most
it
things
lasts
you got.
longest.
Yeah, so I told my brother, I was talking the other day, and I said, get both. Get the water soluble that'll hit immediately, and then wait a little bit, and then do the oil under your tongue for a longer term effect.
Exactly.
And he goes, really? You can do that? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, I'm not going to be doing too much. I said, it's not about the high. They don't sell products. Hey, everybody come by and let's Cheech and Chong all day. It's about the health. And that's why I tell them is if you have a product that's going to supersede the one that you have, it's just like when you go to the emergency room, they hit you with that morphine that said immediate take care. But what's going to be your long-term product? Well, this is non-narcotic. It's from the earth. And so you take the water soluble, and water soluble means it dissolves in the water immediately into your system. And then you take the oil, and that goes under your tongue, and that's what sticks with you longer.
Exactly. And that's really more appropriate for people like pain, things of that nature, because it'll stay with you. And again, I was saying after my surgery, I got off of everything. And then again, my body just started feeling aches and pains. And I got back on the oil, and I just do a half a dropper once a day. And man, it's like I've been renewed.
1 minute.
Yeah.
And so anyways, and again, we get to hear all those great testimonies. You guys have done the show out of our store. You've seen and experienced some of the testimonies.
Basically, really almost miracles. They are really from
Yep.
what you hear with these stories these people are telling. And it's people, if they don't investigate it and see that if they got issues, to not give you guys a call to get educated, they're missing out.
Yeah, the lady from North Carolina, she had me in tears.
Yep.
One of the best testimony. And then the
10
pastor that
seconds.
married your daughter.
Yep.
We got a whole lot more coming up. Quick break. Don't go away. We will be right back.
Well, I know one thing, I know y'all are always improving in products, and I know some of the sleep aids, Purple Haze had some issues, but she has found one. You gave me samples at CBN.
Yeah.
She's a home run for her.
Yeah.
So she wants me to get some.
Well, stop by after this.
Okay. Are you going to be at the
Yeah,
store?
Yeah.
Okay.
Carol and I are working today.
Okay.
Hannah's got a deal at the chiropractor. And then we had paint night last night.
Yeah, I got to
and,
stop by today.
Oh, yeah.
Melinda and I are-
Paintball? Y'all did
No,
a paintball
no.
shoots?
Paint night.
Oh, when are you going to have paintball night?
Well, too small of a facility, but anyway, so we've been busy, and
I
then Jeremy's on vacation this week, so we're all stepping in. But I mean, I walk out of there, and we had a great day yesterday, and just all the great stories. The latest one was this guy came in. 3 of his daughters have eczema real bad.
Wow.
We got him on the water soluble and the collagen cream, and he came back 3 days later and said all the eczema is gone.
How about that?
Yeah, and he brought his whole family in. Carol took care of them.
Have you had any, what am I looking for? The question, results from people that may have acne issues, or are they kind of on the same place with that
Yeah,
eczema?
it's kind of the same thing, but everybody's different. I have
Right.
a lady who's been our customer for 4 years, and she uses the oil. She puts it on her face every night, and it got rid of all her scars, acne, maybe
Right.
not scars, but
But-
it improved them. And the acne and so forth. She's been coming in for at least 4 years. And she
Wow.
buys the 1,000 or 2,000 oil.
And just puts it on her face.
Which,
huh?
and she's about probably in her late 40s, early 50s. And she just, it's been working
This
for
right
her.
here?
You know, I
Yep.
got a problem that I'm going to turn into a question. A lot of people my age, which is the 20 to 21-year-olds I'm talking about, which are where they feel like adults, their brain and body hasn't fully developed. It's a very bad time for these kids to be doing what they're doing, which is, I'd say, about 50% at least smoking recreational, using marijuana, and not anything legal or from a reputable source. We're talking about drug dealers off the side of the street going and getting, some weed, and they're consuming it. And I'd say it's about 50%. I'd say about 25% have a problem already, and they're my age. Do you think that this is a way to possibly reroute those people away from their
Absolutely.
dependency?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a lot of parents that come in and they buy products for their children, and but children being 18 years
Right.
old, that type
Young
of thing.
college kids and stuff,
And
right?
some of them, as a quick fix, do the vape. Okay, that's kind of the quick fix. But to answer your question, yes, we've had some real success with that.
So there is a possibility for replacing this for a
Sure.
safer, more legal.
Yep.
And would you say that? I mean, I don't want to push your hand here to say something, but do you think that there is a statement to be made about the benefits, like when it comes to brain development? Because I know there's a lot of concerns around THC when it comes to brain development. Is there the same concerns with CBD?
Well, it's only 0.3%, so it's very minor.
Mhm.
It's and hemp is a total different plant than marijuana.
Yes, sir.
So it's just more of the plant, And
It's
again,
a different health aspect because of
Exactly.
the hemp plant.
exactly, and it helps
Yeah.
people like for sleep, things of that nature.
Do you have
But
anything for concentration?
yeah, the CBG. In fact, Kurt's wife
Let me see
Melinda
if I got
takes
that in
it.
front of me.
CBG
Oh, yeah, I do.
is on the end there, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
40
my
seconds.
son actually took the neuro and really helped him in school.
That's
the
crazy.
neuro, and and that's why we got to have a dialogue with people, because everything is
It's
different.
not one size fits all.
Exactly. And so, the CBG, I take it before I play golf, and it keeps my head in the game. Seriously.
That's pretty cool.
And because my brain will wander, and let's say you're waiting on the tee box or something of that nature, and
Just go off if you don't have it.
yeah. So
10 seconds.
Kind of like Uncle Joe, or that bad.
yeah, yeah. The CBG. I have a lot of people that work on computers. They use keep focus.
Just to stay locked.
Morning,
in there.
Wesley Stewart. Thanks for joining us. Hey,
Yeah.
Gerald, don't you ever post those other radio stations on our Facebook again. Don't ever do that, okay? We'll put you in Automotive Edge jail. No, we appreciate you tuning in, Gerald. 214-787-1190 is the number. It's the Automotive Edge radio show, helping you with all your automotive needs, whether you're buying, selling, trading, leasing, parts, service, or body shop, or how about a few health tips? Sometimes we like to break it up a little bit. We have the best here in the business. Ralph Paul, the owner of your CBD store in Keller. Go to yourcbdstorekeller.com. And I would just tell you, when I met James at a wine party that
Wine and
the
Jazz.
chamber was hosting,
hmm
and he handed me some gummies, and I went, is it the wine or the gummies? So that Monday, I went into your store, and he goes, hey, didn't I? I said, yeah, I met you over at the wine gig over at the new tennis place. And he said, yeah. I said, those peach rings that you were handing everybody. He started telling me all about it. So let me have some. So I bought the big container of the peach rings. Everybody in the family was eating them. We all enjoyed them. And then I showed back up, and I said, hey, I have a son that he's not that ADHD on steroids. They have all the different titles and everything, I said, but a little bit of focus issue. He goes, well, here, try this. And within a matter of days, I was like, holy cow.
Was that the CBG?
Yeah. And I went, wow. Well, no, he started on the neuro.
Okay.
Neuro.
And then I started doing the research where it really stimulates the front lobe in your brain, which is your immediate processing sensors. I was like, this is freaking incredible, because first thing the doctors want to do is put you on crazy drugs. And then what they do is they put you on a dose and either take it down or take it up. And I'm going, no. So he was on guanfacine, and next thing you know, he's on neuro, and things started changing. So then I had an accident, and I came in, and Abby turned me on to a product, and I'm like, wow, this is fantastic. Then I met you and Carol and Chrissy, and then we started the relationship several years ago. I can't believe we already passed several years.
Yeah.
And I went, let's really dig into it. For me, if I'm going to put my stamp of approval on it, just like any other product. I remember when I met Rand Mueller, and got into Guide Point. So let's see how really good his tracking system is. Put it on our cars. Man, I took his thing down into a cellar, and it picked up the signal. And I went, great product. And so I'm always doing my due diligence. It's so easy to take a check from somebody or cash from somebody, whatever, and go, here, endorse this. And then you find out that what you were endorsing wasn't that good, and then you become accountable for it.
Well, the one thing is our show is about endorsing. So if we don't do a good job on one thing, how are they going to trust us on anything?
Well, yeah, and it's not just about the endorsement, it's who and what are you
Well, that's what I'm
endorsing.
talking about.
Yeah.
You have to know that if you make one bad decision on that, nobody's going to trust you on all of them. So that's why you do that.
Yeah.
Because we have sponsors, but trust me, it's a working relationship. It's not all about just sponsoring the show. We make sure that they have their end of the bargains and do those things too, to make it for you to present to when we send you someplace, you're going to get what we tell you.
Exactly.
Like we're telling them about you. And Wesley, you want to know about weight loss. You have a weight loss product, and they do. Go ahead and tell them about it.
Yeah, we have trim, comes in a gummy or a tablet. You want to do 50 milligrams a day. We had a paint night last night, and I think there was 10 women there, and they bought all the trim that we had in stock last night.
How about that?
Yeah. So there's no stimulants, no caffeine in it. What it does is it triggers the CB1 receptors in your brain so that you're not hungry. So my wife has lost about 22 pounds on it.
How about that?
We had a contest. And the biggest thing is I never knew she was a chocoholic. We've been married 47 years.
Sneaking around?
She always ate chocolate, and I never knew that. And because of the trim, she's lost her desire for chocolate.
Wow.
And so she talks about it. She kind of brags about it. And but because of that, she's lost weight. And we
had dinner the other night, and you and her were walking away. I said, look how much weight Carol's lost. She looks like a different person. Mainly you see it in her face.
Yeah.
I mean, she's got to be the most loving, happiest person I've ever met in my life.
And very knowledgeable.
Passionate, caring, and then
so knowledgeable.
Super intelligent.
You know, because she was nurse.
Yep.
And knowing these products like she does, she knows how to relate to what these people have and their problems to coincide with what your products are. And you guys just have it going on.
Well, what was funny was we popped a cork. We're having a real nice dinner at Le Bistro over in Colleyville. Phenomenal food. And
one of your top 10s, wasn't it? Or no?
No.
It's coming in my
Not
next
yet.
lineup. And then here's Carol having a seltzer. She got a wine glass. She's pouring a seltzer in it. And the rest of us are pouring vino. And so, it's a choice.
Sure.
The thing about it is, it's not that magic pill that you take one of them and go, wait a minute, it didn't work. It's a process like anything else.
Exactly.
Well, that's with anything that I think works with your body long term. Is it's a place you have to get to and go and stay.
Exactly.
No doubt.
And I compare it to vitamins. You
Same.
can't
30
take
seconds.
you can't take 2 vitamins and expect all these.
Maddie is really getting aggressive with her break comments.
Sergeant Maddie.
She is, I guess because I call that singer a rap artist. She's just yelling at us today. Hey, let's get a quick break. Meet some sponsors coming up top of the hour, so we got to cut this one short. It's the Automotive Edge radio show here on 1190, part of the iHeart Media Network, 1190 KFXR. Don't go away because we will be right back.
Well, when you come back, let me just mention the libido gummies and so forth, and then I'll be out of here.
No, I'm actually leaving, and I need you to host the rest of the show with Bo.
Oh, okay.
I got plenty of notes.
Actually, I was leaving, so I was going to leave it with you and
okay.
Grant.
Okay.
All right, we'll let Bo leave, and then you and I'll do the show.
There you go. Okay.
Bye.
I'll come by and see you.
Okay. Yeah, come on by.
Yeah, Melinda and I'll be by. She needs the gummies for work, she told me. And with the CDK, she's been putting in so many hours. And She's like, man, I miss those gummies because she keeps them in her drawer.
Did that mess up
CBG.
the service stuff too, or just the
Depending
sales?
on, well, if you're on CDK, yes, it did. It messed
Wow.
up service because then all your tickets were, handwritten or loaded in, but you couldn't close them out. You could, but it could be off a little bit. But then when all the dealers went to do payroll, they didn't know how to pay everybody. So they did a 90-day running average.
Wow.
And if they pay you too much, they took it back. If they didn't pay you enough, they paid you more. And so it was
craziness.
tough. Luckily, it didn't affect parts because the parts went through a different server and different system. But I've got some friends that just finished Monday cleaning up June.
Wow.
Oh,
Well, I just got my truck back yesterday, and I'd like to give a big shout out to.
Oh, that was loud.
Yeah. I give a shout out to Pete Roselle. He was the service manager that I dealt with at Grapevine Ford, and he did a great job. He communicated with me, text me, call me, and we had some warranty work to do, plus the oil change and so forth. They gave me a rental car, and it was great service. So
I'll do the introduction for them, and then you just jump in there and talk about Pete.
Okay. Yeah.
See what I've been doing? I've already moved a half a ton of rock.
I saw that when I walked in.
I started on the corner there, and I'm working my way all the way through the house. I'm bringing this flower bed up 2.5 to 4 foot, depending on where it is. I can't keep up pulling weeds and everything else, and I'm putting a barrier down. And there's this vinegar you can put down that kills everything.
Oh, really?
And
I
so
need
the
that at
people
the
next
barn.
door were showing you get it from, they closed McDonald's down. I mean, not McDonald's. What was it called? Right there, 377 Johnson Road. The big feed store and everything.
Oh, okay.
It's gone. It'd been there 50 years. They
Really?
finally shut it down. Yeah. And so they have a vinegar that you put in the sprayer and you spray it down. It kills every wheat, root,
Really?
everything.
I need that at the barn. I bought weed killer.
Yeah. And so they told me about it. So I'm going to go. There's a place over here off 820 I'm going to pick up.
Let me know.
Yeah, I'll pick up 5 gallons. I'll split it with you.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I don't need that much.
Yeah. Because when we go to the barn, we put this pea gravel down, and they didn't put a very good cloth down, and the weeds just come right back up. And
So
I hate
doing
to
that.
spray all that.
I'm spraying everything down, then I'm putting the barrier, and then all of those little shrubs. I'm digging them all out, and I'm leaving these because I want color.
Yeah.
Because these go, you can see the orange in it, and then they go red and green. And on the side, I'm doing all cactus and eucalyptus and flowering. And I'm telling you, it's going to take me another month to get this thing done. But yesterday, I had another day. I'm out there working hard. I'm moving all this rock by hand and picking out all the roots and bagging it. Man, I just dropped. Got a little overheated.
I've got a good landscaper. I've been using them for 26 years. They came in last week. 3 guys spent probably 5 hours, and they cut all the bushes, pull the weeds, yada, 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 haul it all on the front lawn, charged me $450.
Yes, I can't. I love doing it.
Well, good. When you're done, you can come over my house.
And
Save you the $450.
Save your head $450.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm going to finish all the way to the sidewalk today, and then Monday I start ripping out the bathroom to remodel it.
Oh,
and
wow.
Then, you'll see I
You're gonna
finished
have
all the tile work there on the bottom, all grouted in and leveled. You can put a level on any of that, and it's perfect.
Oh, that looks good.
I did all that.
That looks good.
How's the farm with the pond? You got water still?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They get a lot of rain out in Texas.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Y'all been getting a lot of that.
So, I mean, that filled up in like 6 months, and it has an overflow, but it stays full.
Yeah. Well, we hadn't got the rain like y'all been getting out there. So mine's kind of.
We head down to Waco, and I just got my wife's car all cleaned up, and I look up. I said, "You got to be kidding! The skies were black."
Yeah, it was dark.
And so we go into Kim's Diner, and it's pouring down rain, and we get out, and it was kind of dry. Then we hit 35. Here comes rain again. It was blistering, and then we hit west. Perfect skies.
But we got out of the car because we went long enough before we got to Slovics or Slovics, and not a drop on the car. That stuff that they put on that car, just
really?
I put that on that car.
Oh yeah, the stuff that guy
Yeah,
gave
so
us?
every time I go to the car wash, it's got that. I mean, the water just runs off of it.
Yeah.
You go out in the garage and it pour down rain, you won't find a water spot
It was
except for on the
pretty
glass on
amazing.
that car.
It was beat it all up too when we got in the car because a lot of rain.
And so the wind was just beating it right off the car.
Huh.
And it leaves it with a little shine too.
It was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Hey, oh, by the way,
I
Father,
put that on my black car, and I think I put it on some of the truck. I'm not sure, but
It works.
Yeah.
Ain't no doubt about it.
What do you got, Carver?
Oh yeah, let's
1
correct you
minute.
real quick. Slovakia.
Oh,
So you got the Slovaks and you got the Czechs.
okay. Check.
Czechoslovakia.
You need to do a road trip with us to go eat.
I'm game. You just let me know. I just got to plan it. We're just kind of busy.
You ever
but
eat at Keller's
Kellers? No.
hamburgers?
How about Friday? We're still doing Friday?
Yeah, we're doing Friday. We're going to Keller's.
Okay.
The number 5.
This Friday?
Hey, now let me ask you a question.
What-
Yes.
We're going to ask this question on there. Bo, you can't say anything.
Why?
Because I know what you're going to say. I'm going to turn your microphone off before you go on.
30 seconds.
You got no input in this next segment.
I'll go have my salsa then.
There you go.
Go ahead. Everybody else been hitting
Which
my
one?
bridge.
All right. We'll get
Don't
one.
drop that headset, man.
Well, I tripped over it.
Next time just throw it. Just throw it at the chair. Just throw it on there.
Yeah, I've got to fix my refrigerator. Look how cocked it is. My son had a brand new refrigerator, was going to get rid of it, and I took it. Man, I cannot level that darn thing. Go down the 4th shelf.
Welcome to the
Are you ready
Automotive
for this, Father?
Edge.com Stadium. It's the bottom of the 9th inning with 2 out, man on 3rd, and team consumers are behind by 1 run. At the plate for the consumers is Kurt Chase. The count is full. Joe Bag on the mound, waiting for the side. He goes to the stretch. Here's the pitch. It's a long fly ball. Hit deep in the left center field. It's going. Gone! 2-run homer. Another great walk-off win for Team Consumer by Kurt Chase at the AutomotiveEdge.com.
Did you notice that I had it going over the left center field fence? Why?
Because I'm
You're
left-handed.
Correct.
Hey, well, you
Well,
know
that
what?
would be actually right field.
That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
No, but it
Left-handed right-handed batters go to left field. Left-handed batters go to right field.
That's
Well-
what I thought.
but unless you swing a little late.
So you think you're a bad
I fig-
batter too?
I
huh?
figured that he's singing late all the time. So I said,
Your dad fills every gap in the hole, every one of them.
There we
That
go.
is called overcoming all comments and objections. 214-787-1190. This segment of the show is brought to you by Grapevine Ford, home of the love it or leave it promise. You don't absolutely love that vehicle when you get it home. Bring it back. Cameron Martin, Mr. Boaz, Andrew will put you in the one that you do love. Chaz Gilmore, the general manager, managing partner I've known for many, many years. I've known his father-in-law for 40 years. They do business the right way. They've got it down pat. When it comes to your Ford needs, go no further. Right between Texan Trail and Main Street on Highway 114 in Grapevine. And let me tell you, here again, we have a dealer that is landlocked. They need space. The vehicles are coming in. CDK slowed them down. They were there Friday, Saturday, Sunday till all hours of the night trying to get caught up, but the trucks kept coming. The place to make your deal, even on Expeditions, Escapes, there's a deal there for everybody. In fact, they got some phenomenal discounts and leases and incentives on the Escape, Expedition, and the Ford Explorer this month. All at one place at grapevine.ford.com. That's grapevine.ford.com. And Ralph, I know you just had a great experience there.
Absolutely. I bought a Ford truck there, F-150, I think about a year and a half ago, and had Pete Rosell. He was our service guy.
wouldn't
Did
he used to be the NFL commissioner?
No, I think it's spelled differently.
That was
Rosell.
Pete Rosell.
Oh,
Rosell.
just making
This
sure.
is Rochelle. But Pete, he's on it. I'll tell you, he communicates with me. He was texting me. He would let me know almost daily the progress they made. Obviously, they gave me a rental, and
How about that, huh?
it was a great experience. I had the oil changed also, and the tires rotated, but there was some warranty work. There was a recall on something. They took care of all that, and it was a great experience. I just picked it up yesterday, and highly recommend it. Highly recommend it.
The place, grapevine.ford.com. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question.
Shoot.
Do you know how tater tots are made?
How tater tots are made.
Tater tots.
No, I don't.
Okay, that's where you take potato,
Yep.
and they grind it up,
Right.
and they put a little cornstarch or whatever, maybe a little bit of egg, and they form it into a tater tot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's potatoes that are made into a tot.
Okay.
So do you eat tater tots?
I have. It's not on my top list.
Thank you very,
No, hang on a
very-
second. You're not supposed to say anything. So you like French fries?
Yeah, I
Well,
have.
you're not a big French fry guy either.
No.
Okay, so do you think there's a very distinct difference, taste-wise, nutritional values between a French fry and a tater tot?
There is a difference in taste, definitely. Definitely.
Ah,
I don't know if there's a difference in nutritional value.
can I speak now?
No. So, but
Thank you,
but you
Ralph.
understand tater tots are made from potatoes.
Sure. But
and
it's a different composition.
Yes.
and-
yeah, so
Right.
the outside is crunchier than a regular French fries,
Correct.
unless you get crinkle fries that are actually deep fried.
Right.
But now you got to buy the extra crispy to get extra crispy. So, all right, what do you want, Bo?
Just amen into what he
So-
said.
No.
I didn't
So
have
what
to.
was the point?
You know what? I didn't have
Oh,
to.
Bo's like,
I didn't have to say anything because Ralph just took care of it for
we
me.
went to Kim's Diner, and I said, I said, well, here, let's get French fry. We ordered 3 different things. We got the patty melted chicken fingers, steak fingers, and I said, bring some tater. I want French fries. I don't like tater tots. That's still a freaking potato.
But it is
But it's a
different.
different composition.
It is, and it
Yeah.
does have
A
a
different
taste.
design.
And you also said they add something to it, and,
Corn
they,
starch or something.
and then they put it together, so it makes it a
Depending.
little different.
You know,
depending.
Mr. Chase, I'm with you here. All right, a
You guys are
potato is
clowns.
a potato is a potato.
That's right.
Okay,
Potato, potato.
It's
like
like
a-
people who like it's like people who like ketchup, but they don't know what to do with tomatoes on their burger. All right, you got to make up your mind today, and you got to make.
Well,
it up
that's
quick.
Purple Haze right there. That's
Well,
another
then
good-
we've got qualm.
It's just like a baked potato. You decide what you want to put on, but still a baked potato.
There you go. Yeah.
no. Listen,
And see, I'll just tell you,
Folks,
I
if
don't
you're
like mashed
tuned in,
potatoes.
if you think there's a real difference
Well, then what's
between,
your problem with mashed potato? Well, no, you
well,
can't.
then let me
You're
ask you this:
drawing invisible lines in the in the
No,
sand
because
here.
everybody that makes mashed potatoes, they put butter and cream and salt and pepper and chives. Now, if it was just a smashed potato that I could put a little butter on, I'm fine.
So you
with
like
it.
your mashed potatoes?
Yeah, I don't. When you go into a restaurant, they spin them,
Okay, that's fair.
and it comes out. Now, I will tell you though that Bob's got some mashed potatoes. That's a whole different
No,
world. I don't know what
babes.
they do.
you said Bob is babes.
Bob's
Bob's
Steakhouse.
Oh, they have what?
Yeah, and then I ate for the first time at Melinda said we've eaten there before. We ate at Babes in Burleson, and their corn and potatoes. I don't know what they do to them,
Mashed potatoes are great, huh?
but the thing is, they don't taste like potatoes. They taste like whatever they've done to them.
My question is this:
But if I chew a French fries a long time and I choose a tater tot a long time, it still tastes like
Okay.
a freaking potato.
all right, you go to Sonic, they offer French fries and they offer tater tots. Why? Why are they doing that? It's a
Because
potato.
people like a different texture.
Because people
Then
like
why you
you.
yelling at me about
Not a
it?
taste, a
No,
texture.
there is a taste
because of
difference.
people like you
That's
out there
right.
in this world.
No, it's a taste difference.
I'll
too.
never eat
I-
there unless you only have French fries. If they're serving tater tots,
Yes.
I'm out.
I don't want those potatoes. I want the same
So
potatoes in
most-
another shape.
But most people get tater tots for breakfast.
Do you have
Mm.
Barbara Ann cook
I've
you up
never done
Dino
that.
nuggets? So
you
they're
never
more
had
fun
tater
to
tots
eat?
for breakfast?
Never.
Really?
Do you ever have Barbara Ann, your beautiful wife, ever just cook you up some Dino nuggets? Because the normal nuggets are just so boring and
I don't eat
uninteresting to
nuggets.
look at.
Now, see, I make peasant potatoes here at the house where I cut the potato up little squares, and I take just a touch of olive oil, a little butter, and I put some pepper and onion in it, a little smoked paprika, and cook them. Absolutely fantastic. But I don't like the way some people do things. I mean, they just really, really like.
Overdue.
I will never
So-
put buffalo sauce on anything. I don't get it. Why? You like my buffalo dip?
Oh, that's over the top. I love that.
So let's talk. You got a new product coming out at your CBD store,
drum roll.
Keller.com.
We have all kinds of new products coming out on a regular basis. You know, the last thing with the mushrooms, there's 10 different types of mushrooms in there. It helps with brain fog, inflammation, and so forth. But the big thing that we just ordered them, I should have them Friday. We have libido gummies. So the staff at corporate has told me, keep in mind they're in their 40s, but they tell me this is like a home run. And
Look out on Saturday mornings, Kurt.
there you go. And Anyway, so these libido gummies, I should have them on Friday, and they're going to be a huge seller. So give us a call.
How about
Again,
that?
we ship for free. It's
All right, put me an order aside so I can be come by and buy them and be your first test product.
You got it. You got it. We already have people that have ordered ahead of time, and hopefully we got enough boxes coming in. I think I ordered 10 boxes. But anyway, so that's the new product. It's
Fantastic.
all organic. And I've been told, I haven't tried it yet, but I've been told it's like over the top. So,
Are you allowed to / did you already say the main active ingredient in it?
no, I actually don't know what it is at this
Perfect.
point.
That means it probably works.
Yeah.
And here's another thing. I want to let the moms and dad know there was a big raid that went on here in Keller and going in all these vape shops. And the folks at your CBD store, no ID, no sale. And they did have undercover come into your place, some kids, and they were turned away and they didn't buy it. And so not only do you have an outstanding product, you actually have people that play by the rules. They're not about the high and selling stuff to kids where they can buy themselves a couple of vape and go around the corner and, just to catch a buzz.
Yep.
And so I know some of the people that were involved in it, and your store has always been a stand-up store, playing by the rules, checking IDs. But the big thing is they want to talk to the moms and dads, and they want to talk to people over 21 years old and take them down a path and a routine of what's good, what's not good, what's your situation, how can we help? And you have no problem if they say, well, I didn't care for the tincture. I'd rather try the oil. Bring it back, get the oil, and start another product. It's not like, well, tough, sorry, we couldn't help you. It's a journey.
Exactly.
It's the home of the love it or leave it promise.
There you go.
Part 2.
I like it. I like it. And again, we're there to help people. And it is a journey. Different products work for different people. Again, it's based on weight, severity, metabolism. There's just so many variables, and that's why we call people back in usually 7 days and communicate with these people. And what's working, what isn't. Do we need to use more? And it is a journey. It is a journey. One shoe doesn't fit all.
Well, the great thing about it is they have people to go to that are knowledgeable, that direct them in the right place, which is y'all.
Yeah.
We see all these places you go, convenience store that got gas and said Delta 8 gummies.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't know what
And they
it
don't
is.
know anything
They
about
have
it.
no idea what it does. They don't care. And
Real quick, Art Naismith says tater tots or hash brown balls.
and he's exactly right.
Now, whatever. Come on, Art.
Thank you.
214-787-1190. Thanks for coming by, Ralph.
You got
We'll
it.
see
Thank
you
you,
here
gentlemen.
when we get off air and pick up some product for Mama. 214-787-1190. It's the Automotive Edge Radio Show. Let's listen to some great sponsors, and we'll be right back.
All right.
Great job, buddy.
Thanks, Jai. All right.
Hash brown balls. What are hash browns, though? Aren't those just potatoes?
Yes, exactly.
I feel like we're making up definitions for potatoes we don't need to be making up quite yet, folks. Now, I do got problems with the vegetable stick people. Those aren't French fries. To be very clear.
What?
The little vegetable sticks. You can get your fake veggie fries out of my face, okay? That's offensive. Feel like you a little tater tot instead or whatever. I could care less. Well, are you done? You done for the day? You taking
I'm
a trip
just
home
moving
or
that
what?
syrup.
But these older ladies are asking for their husband, and we had 2 of them pay in advance for when they come in. And so I've been
Paid in advance.
Well,
Oh, they're serious.
on
Aren't
the
they?
conversation of libido stuff, there's a huge problem with people taking like really unsafe medicine just to try to get it up for the rest of their life. Oh, I almost stole it from you. Sorry about that. Exactly. So
Well, it was originally a heart. It was originally a heart pill anyway. Did you know that? That blue pill was originally
well
a
now
heart
they're
pill.
being targeted to people my age, which is the
Right,
problem for
exactly.
me. Is there's no gap to fill of performance. Now you're just trying to tell kids like, oh, you want to have the best sexual experience possible, go take our drugs. Like that's crazy. And these are people who are like 21, 22. What are you trying to do to these kids will do plenty on their own. You can leave them alone. I mean, half of these girls already are mothers, and they're not 22 yet. So,
Yeah, we'll be by about 1 o'clock. Yeah, get a few things knocked out here, and then Melinda wants that jar for the office.
and then we're gonna be, I guess, swinging by kind of right around then.
We're gonna
huh?
swing by too because I want to get that CBN and maybe some seltzers.
Probably be there before Mr. Chase's. Beat you there.
Is Carol there today? You said Carol there today? Oh, I haven't seen her so
pleasure.
long. I look forward to seeing her. Oh, cool. Sweet.
Now that's your wife, right, Carol?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think I've met her. Have I?
I don't think so.
I don't think I have. Yeah. Yes, sir. We'll be.
Well, he's with me, so he has to come by.
Yeah, right. I'm stuck, so it's one way or another. Where were you supposed to be?
Nissan. Yeah, but it's I guess I saw his post. They headed out of town for his wife's birthday. And so I didn't get a response. I guess I left earlier in the week. And he skedaddled in. I wouldn't be checking my messages on vacation anyway. So, yeah, we're getting ready to hit the road next weekend.
Oh,
We're going down we're going to La Cantera for 3 days.
We're going to
Keller's
Burgers. We can meet here and go with us.
Where
on
is
Harry
Keller's?
Hines. Nasty old rundown. There's ladies
There's
there
some gorgeous ladies
that have
there.
been
You
there
can't
for
wait.
50 years serving
You'll
burgers.
love seeing these. They're gorgeous.
And boy, they love Matt.
They did
They
love
did.
that.
She goes, I'm going to take you on with me. Matt was like,
The
"Where are
best
we?"
burger. It's the #1 burger for both of us. It's the best.
I started eating there in 1977. Yep.
You know, you mentioned last week's show, Napa. Carol and I went to Napa this week.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah, and we were talking about, we've been trying to explore other restaurants.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always a good meal there. I've never had a bad meal. Yeah. Yeah, the manager comes up, and I mean, when you're eating with Ralph, you're eating with the mayor at Colleyville. I mean, everybody comes up, but you know what? That's the way it works. Once you're a regular person, you know they need to take care of you when you're coming there because they know you're going to spread the word. You're going to keep showing up.
So those
15
places-
seconds.
Hey, Dwayne Harris says, "Good morning, crew at Freeman GMC Buick. Now ready."
Hello, Dwayne.
Hey, buddy.
Dwayne grew up down the street from us.
I met
on
him
Wood
when
Oak.
we were doing the trucks. Yeah, he's a friend on Facebook, and I finally got to meet
Yeah,
him.
I'll see you here in a little bit. Yeah, you didn't pick on
continue.
Dwayne. If you picked on Dwayne, you dealt with Bobby.
Okay, you confused me, Father, because you're here on different accounts.
I know.
Stalking in 3 different Facebooks.
214-787-1190. Let's talk about 8-time Chevy Dealer of the Year. You want to buy the best from the best when it comes to Chevrolet, Eldorado Chevrolet. Hands down, 380 and 75 in McKinney. My buddy Jason Lawing is rocking the desk with Rusty. Jazz Gill and Mark Welch, they got it going on. And there's a reason why. They sell a lot of cars, but they make 99% satisfaction with their consumers. Because we know a lot of people don't want to buy cars. They don't want all what they hear that their grandfather and their dad and their mother and brother and sister all told them about. It is a great shopping experience or buying experience or leasing and then service after the sale. Let me tell you, Steven back in service, man, he just kills it. And I've got to know the parts manager, the service manager. And when you pull up, you have 3 guys come out and they take pictures of your vehicle for damage. They look at your mileage. Next thing you know, they're pulling down these hoses, topping off your waters and your fluids. I'm telling you, it is absolutely incredible the way that Eldorado does business from sales to service. And if you want to get a haircut, they got a barbershop there too. The place, Eldorado Chevy, 380 and 75 in McKinney. $14,750 off a new Chevy Crew Cab, 2024.
And those things are gorgeous too. They're beautiful.
Yep, $14,750 off. You can't go wrong. And then it comes down to people. Make the drive, meet the people, do it right the first way. That's Eldorado Chevrolet, 380 and 75 in McKinney. Ask for Jason, Jazz, or Rusty. And and let them know you're listening to the Automotive Edge radio show. Start online at EldoradoChevy.com. That's EldoradoChevy.com. So let's see here. I was I don't know. I was in a conversation with a guy, and I think the media unfortunately creates a lot of anger. And if you listen to the same bad media, eventually you're going to buy into it.
Well, when they spew hate, it's kind of
If
create
you go to
anger.
3 different channels because you're a Democrat, it's the same venom that's being
right. Venom's a
spewed.
good word.
Re-spit out nonsense.
And then
Yeah.
and then you buy into it, and then you talk to somebody that's not a Democrat that politics shouldn't even play a role when you're asking for help on a vehicle. And the one guy goes, "Oh, I bet you're voting for Trump." And I said, "Buddy, have a good day." And I hung up. His wife called and said, "Hey, I'm kind of blown away. I would have thought you were a Christian man." I'm like, time out. It's got nothing to do with Christianity helping people with an automobile. But here's the deal. If you've already drawn the line in the sand and I step across that line, you're going to be angry. If you want to take and wipe off that line in the sand and let it wash out to sea, I'll help
We
you.
have a caller on hold.
But to say that this is the way it's going to be, there's no need to talk to me about it, because then it becomes very combative. And so I tried to lay some numbers out there for him, and he goes, "Once again, I bet you're voting for Trump." So I hung up on him on the second time. And then his wife called again and said, "Would you talk to me?" And so we had a
She asked if
started
you
with
vote
that.
for
and
Trump.
you know what she said? "I don't care who you're voting for.
Right.
This makes sense."
I want a
Right.
car.
Exactly.
And I went, I'm telling it like it is. It's got nothing to do with politics or religion or anything else, the conversation we're having. You brought it because something's going on in your life or something's happened in your life, but leave the politics out of what you're trying to accomplish. It's got nothing to do with it. And if you hear me say something on the radio, then say, "Hey, I want to talk to you about what you said." Let's not get in the car conversation and go, "Well, by the way,"
Right.
and you use it for your agenda. Get your agenda up front with me. I'm a big boy. I can take it, I promise. But be very careful. I blame a lot on the way government has handled the electrification, but I will still help you with electrification. No doubt about it.
We have a caller.
Let's go to the Automotive Edge hotline. Who do we have with us? Hello, caller.
Hey, good morning, Kurt. Good morning, Bo. This
Hey.
is Cliff and Keller.
Hey, Cliff.
Hey,
Good
Cliff,
morning.
did you get my message? Were you listening earlier on the show?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Yeah, my son moved his company, and the last 18 hoodies are being assembled today, and I'll drop yours off to you.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
should expect it in about
Fantastic.
6 to 8 months.
So what's happening with you today?
Hey, you know what? First off, I want to tell you what a great show you guys have. You do a great job, and I really enjoy listening to your show. I'm kind of a car guy, and I really do appreciate the effort y'all put into it. I know it takes a lot of work, but week in and week out, y'all do a great job.
Thank you, Cliff. Appreciate that.
So, yeah. So last week I asked some lease questions. I have some more lease questions, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So you hear the advertisements, and let's just throw car A, and it has X amount of payment per month. Well, they don't have a whole bunch of cars. They have different cars that have MSRPs because they're different equipped. So when they advertise a car with, let's just say it has a $199 a month payment, and they have several cars to choose from, what if one has a different MSRP than another? Is that going to change that rate? Or if you're lucky, you just happen to get one more equipped for that same price?
When it'll change the payment unless it's a aged unit and they want it gone. They've already started paying interest on the automobile, and they'll go ahead and discount it to qualify with the other vehicles involved. And I'll just give you an example. A buddy of mine was looking at a vehicle and had all the lease programs were $399 a month with TT&L down, and it had option package 1 on it. Well, he also threw in 10 option package 2, which added some chrome and a few things on the vehicle because they were aged units, and he wanted them gone.
Okay, so it's the advertised special is a exact description, and if you get something different from that with maybe more equipment or something, you possibly could have a higher payment based on that MSRP.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And then my second question is, are MSRPs negotiable on making a lease transaction? Like, when you purchase one, you can negotiate the price, but can you negotiate on leases?
You can negotiate if
MSRP.
it's not a manufacturer's program, because the manufacturer's program are carved in stone. They take, let's say, a Honda Accord LX. Well, all the MSRPs are the same. So you got LX, EX, EXL, and Sport. Okay. So they'll say, okay, on the Honda Accord LXs, we're going to, I'll just give you an example. When my son leased his, it was $299 a month, no money down. It's only on that car. Now, if it's a non-factory program, let's say they don't have any special lease programs, then you negotiate the price down to off of MSRP to reduce your monthly payment.
So basically, you could do it if you're like buying a car, work the deal and say, well, instead of my buying it, can I lease it?
Yes.
Like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
What would this car look like on a lease?
Well, see, there
once
you
you've
go.
negotiated the price
Oh, yeah.
down. But if it's a published ad, whether it's TV, radio, or on their website, those numbers come direct from the manufacturer and they're non-negotiable.
Okay. And one other quick question then. I was doing some reading on my own and read something about a one pay or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Can you tell me pros and cons or what that means in your view?
Yeah, well, what you do is if you do a one-pay lease, then you've knocked out a bunch of your rent factors because you're paying the whole lease up front. So let's say $299 times 36 months. You prepay that. You do a one pay, then you reduce X amount of your rent factor, and you don't make any payments for the whole term. So you're just paying the whole lease up front, basically.
Okay. And then the last question is, a lot of dealers will say, okay, $10,000 off, if you're making a purchase. But then when you go and you look at it, yeah, it's $10,000 off, but they've got $2,000 worth of add-ons.
Uh-huh.
So is that the same way? Can you negotiate the add-ons? Because, I know sometimes there's some things that you might want, but a lot of times it's fluff that, I take real good care of my vehicles and I don't need upholstery protection or wheel protection or anything like that. If something happened like that, then, it'd be so rare that I'd just go ahead and go out of pocket, but you can negotiate that off.
Yeah, I had a buddy, his lot has $2,900 in ads, and it's got wheel locks, paint sealing, fabric guard, window tint. It's got a trunk mat, floor mats, because floor mats aren't standard on a lot of vehicles now. And there was a couple other things on the vehicle. So he called me up and he goes, hey, your buddy's here. He's not going to buy the car, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, so he goes, hang up is on the ads. So go ahead and tell him I'll do the ads. So the ads wound up $1,260. So if you think about it, that's $1,700 that he saved, which was $41 a month off his payment. So all that's negotiable. It's just whether, supply and demand delegates how much they're going to take off all that.
Right. Okay.
1 minute.
Well, listen, I appreciate it. Thank you for answering my questions, and y'all have a great rest of the weekend.
You're the best. I'll see you next week. I'll give you a call. We'll hook up. 214-787-1190. Cliff's the best. 214-787-1190. Let's meet some sponsors. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Well, those are good questions he had about the lease, because I really didn't think about the fact that, you could go work a deal and go like, well that's a
great deal. Can I lease it?
Lease it?
Oh. Go ahead. Maddie.
Maybe she just thought the song was very worth listening to.
Yes.
Yes, Maddie.
Mr. Chase?
Yes.
What is Ralph's number to the store? We have a
is it
a listener calling in asking how to contact
it's
Ralph.
682-593-72.
Hold on, let me write that down. Hold on.
All right, tell me when.
That's where Aunt stung me
Okay, I'm ready.
yesterday.
Dude,
Okay,
they killed
it
me.
is
That thing was
682
swell like that this morning. I had to stick a needle in it.
593
Man, when them things bite you, they get you
7299.
good.
7299.
Yes, ma'am.
I was moving all
682
those rocks. I looked down, saw him, and by
593
the time I went to thump him, I felt it.
7299.
And man, I got up this morning. That thing, I went.
682-593-7299.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
What happened to me? The
Unless
same
they
ki-
typed it wrong on
finger.
here,
I
months
was
ago.
moving some rocks around,
see.
and all of a sudden I felt my and that thing hurt for 2 hours.
Yeah.
One. Can you imagine getting overcome by a load of them?
But I looked down, and I was working in the backyard, and I was pulling all the weeds around the water pump. And I looked down, and my hand was covered. And
Oh,
even after I
wow.
wiped them, and I've still got scars all over my hand. The next day I woke up, looked like I had 30 pimples on my hand, and they hurt.
Oh, I know they hurt.
And so I'm sitting there taking my fingernail and popping each one and putting that cream on
And
it.
that hurts too.
Woo, doggy. It's amazing
Yeah,
what one
I tell
fire
you.
ant bite. You know what? But I remember growing up, remember the big giant red ants?
Yeah.
It's like they're gone.
Overcome by the what do they call them? The what's the ones that get us?
The fire ants.
Fire ants. Those
Yeah,
are
and
killer.
remember we had horny toads.
Haven't seen much of those anymore either, have we?
I see the big lizard. I mean, I've got some pretty good sized lizards around the house, but I remember them horny toads. You could catch them. You just had to hold them by the side, and man, you put them by that fire ant deal, and man, they
They'd
just
go to
said,
town.
they feasted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
now
thought
it's
in a while
season.
they're gone.
I
It's
know.
interesting.
Yeah, they said somebody's breeding them down in South Texas, and he's got a horny toad farm, and they're releasing them to help, with all.
Well, yeah, because they eat insects.
the
They're big insect eaters, ants especially.
Yep. But I'm out there moving that rock, and I'm telling you, I've gone through 4 bottles of Andro.
Wow.
As I rake the dirt, and then you see the eggs, so I'll put the Andro down, then I stop, and that's why I'm sectioning it out, because man, I run into these ant piles, and it's a booger.
I usually just put gasoline on mine.
It's weird. I wonder why Mom called.
Your mom called you?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
She was so happy yesterday. Colton picked her up and took her to dinner.
I bet.
And I'm telling you what,
That's
she
sweet.
just, she just loves that boy.
I bet.
Kurt, I just love him. She goes, and we're in the restaurant, and all the waitresses are talking to him and coming up and flirting with him. And she goes, he acted like there wasn't none around. So, have you seen his wife? Good
That's
God. You ever seen Colton's wife?
No, sir.
Oh, she's going. Art says that horny toads are making a comeback. Pesticides are to the blame for decline in the numbers.
Not surprised.
Well, that makes sense. But why is it not affecting the regular frogs?
I wouldn't be worried about no waitress either. I don't think so.
How about
20
Yeah.
seconds.
how about Justin Crane? He's got a beautiful wife too.
Oh, yeah.
That's the first I see on Facebook. I'm going, man.
Shout to those guys.
Good for old
Shout to those
Justin,
guys who haven't
baby.
figured out. Once you guys, if this wasn't just luck and you just, well, he's not ugly, so
In the gold club, WrestlingTeam.com.
Colton's a stud
I
too.
don't know how you set him up for that, but great job, Pops.
Yeah, well, how they met was they had this big party, and they told everybody it was formal. And so she came in this pink chiffon, everybody's in jeans and t-shirts. And she was so embarrassed. And then Colton, who was driving his mother's Cadillac, took her home to change.
I did it.
And
Love
said, "Here, let me take you home to get you changed." And they were just friends. And then she was like, "Who is that?"
Love it first drive.
And she goes,
Well, that's what you do. You knock the beautiful girl off the pedestal, get her all embarrassed,
There
and
you
then
go.
you sweep her in, and now you're the big one.
214-787-1190. That's 214-787-1190. If you got a question about where to go, who to see, what to do when it comes to your automotive needs, let us help you. Because here's the thing. Last week, a lot of upset people calling me going, "Hey, I can't believe." In fact, I had several people that got into finance, and they had all these ads added to the vehicle. One of them was $6,000 in ads to this Jeep. And he goes, "What do I do?" I said, "Get up and walk out." He said, "Well, they told me they already sold my car." I said, "You just got there. They can't sell the car without you signing the paperwork." And then so he asked the finance guy, and he goes, and I heard him, he goes, so you can't sell my car till all this signed? He goes, I don't know. Let me find out. I'm like, oh my God. I said, get up and walk out. So he got up and walked out. We got him with a different dealer and he saved $7,200.
Well,
But that's not the norm. And so I have a lot of whatever reason, and I hate doing this. You know what the worst thing is? Would be Barbara Ann calling me going, hey, did Bo get a good deal? You don't want to talk to the wives if the husband did or didn't get a good deal. Those are never good conversations. So anyway, start with me first. And it doesn't have to be a sponsor. Obviously, we like to put you with the sponsors, but there's no need to put you with a sponsor if we don't have that brand or whatever the case may be. We've had some people drive from Lubbock to here. We've had people Oklahoma City to here.
From Oklahoma.
Yeah, from wherever to here. And so, yeah, it's but I have friends in Oklahoma. I got friends. I just helped a buddy. He moved to Chicago. I set him up with a dealer in Chicago. You know, it's just about networking. But we'll get you taken care of. But the thing about it is how far are you willing to drive for that peace of mind, knowing you got the best possible deal? You had no issues, no problems, and everything went fine. What is that worth to you? And we're going to make sure that's the way it happens.
And all it costs is a handshake, hug, or prayer. Doesn't cost you nickels. So
yeah, I'm not getting no more apple pies.
I'm hard. I hate that. I was kind of looking forward to getting it.
She's mad at me now.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but the people shouldn't be mad at you. You're always out there trying to help
I
them.
sent her over, and they did a repair. It didn't go well, and she lit me up like a Christmas tree. And I said, I'll never take it back. I said, you already spent the money. Take it back. She goes, I will never set foot. And I was like, oh, my goodness.
Did you ask her if the pie was still out?
I did. I said, so what does that mean about the apple pie? She goes, have a good day, Mr. Chase.
Oh, she'll love you. She'll come back.
God, that little sugar and brown sugar, or no, sugar and cinnamon she puts on that, and she weaves the crust.
Oh, the old fashioned.
Oh, yeah.
Sweet.
And she brings it to you with that red checkerboard napkin looking thing.
Oh,
I mean, it's so old school.
Just like we had the red.
She's got it in the pie carrier with the little the old school deal. I mean, it couldn't go any better. It's like something out of a magazine.
Give me her number. I'm gonna call and apologize for you. Whatever it takes. Hey, Art goes, hey, the horned toad was eating poisoned insects. Frogs don't die, they croak.
You the man, Art. 214-787-1190. So here, let me talk about, I got a really nasty email saying I never talk about electric vehicles, but here, let me just tell you. Here's the list of the EV registrations that are rocking most, which number one by far, no, not even close, is Tesla. And I'll just do you, this is a May comparison. They sold 48,587. The nearest one to them was Ford at 7,000.
427?
So do what?
427 or 47? You said like below them is the 427,000 number.
You got 48,586 Tesla sold. The closest one to them was 7,000.
Oh,
which was
total
Ford.
Units sold.
Wow.
Total.
Wow.
And so then you got, and here's someone that's come up from the rear that is on fire. And one of their products was just written up as one of the universal best built electric vehicles. And that's Kia with their EV9. It's got more accolades, more write-ups, more everybody loves it.
That thing is a monster.
But you have Elon selling 48 and Kia sold 6,800. And so you're doing the math, and then it comes down to you had Tesla, Ford, and Kia, Hyundai, Rivian, who's in a lot of financial trouble. I don't think they're going to be around much longer than BMW, Chevrolet, Cadillac, and Nissan. And then it goes all the way down to where a lot of people don't know companies like VinFast and Fisker. And Fisker's been around a long, long time.
Oh, I never even heard of them.
But people just never even heard of it. And then you got Bright Drop, Acura, Fiat, Rolls-Royce, and then Cruise. And when you look at some of these, I mean, Cruise sold 7, VinFast sold 147. I mean, some of these companies start up, and a lot of them are in like a lion, out like a lamb. They raise all these hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're gone. And that's why I tell people go with the ones that have been tried, true, and proven. Obviously, Tesla is. And then Honda, they only sold 569, but they got their new release products out now, and they're really betting on, Honda doing well, which I just don't see Honda and Toyota. They don't need to get into
first of all,
game.
Honda's really doing well with their hybrid.
Yep.
So, I think that kind of bites into an EV side for Honda, because people that are Honda followers, and there's tons of them, they're going to go with what they feel like Honda or Toyota's kind of pushing, because they trust that. And those hybrids are great.
Yep. So here's the top 10, the Ultimate Platform models as of May that are the top sellers. And it's the Tesla Model Y, Tesla Model 3, the Hyundai Ioniq, and everybody that's driven that Hyundai Ioniq. In fact, about 4 months ago, they had a pretty good day supply of them, and they come out with that $299 a month, no money down. They were gone.
Is that an SUV or a sedan?
SUV.
Okay.
And then you had the Ford Mustang Mach-E. And here's the thing: quit being a baby because they call it a Mustang.
I'm a baby about it.
Quit.
I'm a baby about it.
You know, the Mach-E is probably one of the better looking ones.
It is.
And I drove it. I like everything about it. Next is the Tesla Cybertruck, which they've sold about 4,000, but boy, are they getting problems with that.
That thing's as ugly as
it is ugly. Everything about that thing is ugly. Even the one they sent over to West Coast Customs that they did up is still ugly. Even when you put the wheels and the paint on it, it's still ugly.
It's like putting lipstick on a pig.
You get inside though, it's really cool.
Well, I know.
Have you been inside it?
No.
I'll get one for us to drive.
Okay, cool.
We'll do a road trip.
Let's go to Keller's.
We won't get to go very far, but next is the Cadillac Lyriq. And Cadillac, I tell you what, they're coming out with some products. That one car they're coming out with is like $250,000, and that thing is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I couldn't believe spending $250,000 on anything, but definitely not electric. Next is the Kia EV6.
That's a nice car. I know you love that car.
I enjoyed it. Jesse Hull, the owner of Classic Kia Carrollton, brought that to my house and dropped it off, and I spent the weekend in it, and I enjoyed everything about it. In fact, I'll never forget, I pulled up next to a Challenger, and he goes, I said, man, I sure like MRTs. I said, but this thing will blow it away. And he goes, yeah, right, man. I hit that thing, and it wasn't even close. I mean, he caught me.
Right.
We get up the next slide. He goes, what do you got under the hood? And I said, an electric motor. He's just laughing and shaking his head. He goes, let's do it again, which the torque on that thing, I pulled away from him immediately. But, and then you get the remote control, and I got to use it to drive it up the driveway and back, not being in the vehicle. So there's cool stuff about it.
That is very cool.
And then you got the Rivian R1S, and then the Kia, and then the Chevy Blazer EV. And now that Chevy Blazer,
they got a special on that. And I told you, I was thinking about
down.
that myself.
$299, no money down. And then you got the Ford Lightning, which they've sold about almost 2,400, and then they quit building them, and now they're building them again, but not at the pace they thought, because it's tough. The new Chevy Silverado EVs out, that's $96,000 rig.
Yeah.
I mean, they are expensive, but Jason Lawing took me through
30 seconds.
The Silverado, and I thought it was really, really cool. My big thing is it doesn't fit my lifestyle, so quit being a hater. 214-787-1190. Let's take a quick break. Don't go away. We'll all be right back.
So has Tesla lowered their prices, though, didn't they, to make it where they probably starting to get a little more sales, right?
Yep.
So,
you and me, Ben. Oh.
Well, that was loud. Come on, man. Don't you know something about you got another phone? You got another phone? Oh. I wanted to let everybody know that we are doing a broadcast on Tuesday evenings. Kurt Chase and myself, Big Wheels Bo Carver, called Shifting Gears, which is our sister Facebook channel to the Automotive Edge. And we talk about everything from A to Z. We might throw a little car stuff in there, but mostly we just talk about a whole lot of things out there that we hope you find interesting. We try to get some education in there, some fun, just talk about a lot of different things. So try to remember to join us on Tuesday evenings on Shifting Gears from 7 to 8. And the best way to do it, if y'all haven't followed the Shifting Gears page, go to Facebook, then search Shifting Gears. You'll see Kurt and I's picture there, and then hit follow. So when we go live, it'll just pop up that we're on. We do share it to our personal pages. It's also on LinkedIn at my personal page there, Big Wheels Bo Carver, and then on YouTube at Shifting Gears. And I think I need to tell them the exact.
You know, wasn't it amazing when we were younger, we'd go out and we'd actually play with the horny toads. You'd find those big fire
They were
ant
fun.
piles and ride your bike over it. And, I mean, just cool times.
If you want to find the actual Shifting Gears, because I think there's a few there on YouTube, it's at Shifting Gears 2024. So if you go to YouTube and then want to search Shifting Gears, it's at Shifting Gears 2024. The more shows we start having, it'll probably pop up a lot sooner, but that's it right there. Exactly. Picture of Kurt and I there. So join us on Tuesdays from 7 to 8. We have a good time.
Find what number of pages? 18, 19, 27.
We have occasionally out of our pond a crawfish. Kids like to get those too, but yeah, the horned toads used to be around a lot. I don't get why they, of course, that's what he said. They were eating poisoned insects. That's terrible, isn't it?
Yep.
But we put poison on them to kill them because we don't want them around either.
For what?
We were the ones putting poison on the insect on the ants.
Yep.
Because we don't want them around. That's the only thing you do. I burn them.
You burn what?
I pour a little gas on them and throw a little lighter on them.
No wonder.
I want to see them fry, baby. You usually hear the sound when they're burning.
I never did that.
Oh, come on, man.
I used to love
That's something I knew you
catching
would
a
do.
cicada.
What is that? What is a cicada?
Locust cicada.
Oh, okay.
And you put it in your hand, then you'd go up to somebody and you'd shake it, and that thing would go off. Oh yeah. They're
Purple,
intimidating because they'd hit you, and man,
I
that's a
know.
big old
They're
bug.
loud. They're screaming right as they come in too.
Purple
Yeah.
Haze is afraid of any kind of insect. I don't care what it is.
She couldn't get. There's a
One minute.
cicada on the front porch of our bathroom, and she screamed at me from across the yard to come get it because she could not get on.
We're
the
sitting in
porch.
there watching TV, and way back in the like corner goes like, "Did you see that?" I said, "What? What are you talking about?" There's a big old bug up there. It's like a mile down the road, but she's already worried about that bug, being close. I said, I don't even know what it is. I think it's a spider. I might want to get it. I'm going, it's like so far away. I mean, why are you worried about that? So that thing ain't going to bother you. It's crazy. But she'll beat the crap out of somebody. It's a different ballgame.
I had a neighbor when we were
when
living
you're
in another
human.
neighborhood screaming at me. There was a snake in her yard. She comes around, Mr. Chase, can you come help me? There's a snake. I think it was this big,
Look like a lizard.
little grass snake.
Worm.
But I don't want you to hurt it.
Oh, really? Okay. That's why I carry
This
my.
song was written about Bo,
Yes.
Dancing Queen.
I'm going to join the Olympics next year.
Woo,
I
woo.
want a trophy. You think I could compete
You could.
if I
You-
joined?
this song right here with the ribbons in both hands. Yeah, you could do it.
Oh, there you go.
214-787-1190 is the number. That's 214-787-1190. This segment of the show is brought to you by Norm Reeves Honda Superstore, North Richland Hills. Go by and see my buddy Justin Hicks. Go by and see Haley. She is the best when it comes to selling your new Honda. Justin Hicks, the new general sales manager, brought him in from San Diego and coming in to help out and bring some young, fresh ideas to the dealership. And he's rocking. And then it comes down to the people. And Haley, I send everybody I know over to see her. She is as laid back and as easy going and making sure your Honda needs are taken care of. And then it comes to service. We'll pull up there on a Saturday and you'll see how many people are happy to be there to get their car serviced. And Norm Reeves Honda Superstore for all their specials. And there's a bunch in the month of July, go to Norm Reeves Honda NRH.com. That's Norm Reeves Honda NRH.com. And ask for Haley and let her know, or Justin Hicks, and let them know you're listening to the Automotive Edge radio show. That's Norm Reeves Honda NRH.com. So people are asking why before we get into, are you ready for past and present?
Next segment. Next.
What do you mean next segment?
This is a short
Okay.
segment. We'll do it.
You
We'll
look
do it
at
11
Kia,
o'clock hour.
the Kia EV6, the discount reached $16,812.
Wow.
You wonder why they're selling electric vehicles? Their EV9, $18,078. The Cadillac Lyric, which was one of the top sellers, and you hear all these numbers when I read them off, that you had Tesla, Ford, Kia, Hyundai, Rivian, BMW, Chevrolet. The Cadillac Lyric, which was number 8, $17,732
Off
in
of
discount.
Okay, so what would that leave a price of it roughly?
Well, it depends on how you optioned it out.
I got you.
Yeah, they all got different option packages.
Can you
from
give me a
base model
ballpark?
well, you're looking at $100,000.
Still, no matter what.
So you're looking, in the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah. Yahoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah.
And then you got the Tesla Y model, which is the lowest at $5,750, and then you have a few the Rivian, which some of these I don't even care about.
I've never heard of them.
Yeah.
Where do you
And
find them?
so, you got Rivian, you got Polestar, and they wonder why they're not selling any Polestar.
But where do you get those? I don't even know where you buy them.
A Rivian dealer.
At a dealership.
Oh, I know.
Now Polestar
Tesla
is
like Tesla
is with Infinity.
Oh, okay.
But there's very, very few. So I called the guy at Polestar and I said, hey, he goes, well, you have to make an appointment and then you have to fill out this form online, why you're driving it, how long you think, and then when you get here, here's what we do. And you can't change the details when you get here as far as why you want to drive it. And so I said, well, I'm media and I want to do a review. I had to fill out it was like an act of Congress to drive this car. I said, you know what? Do me a favor. I'm not interested.
Just tell him you want to be a tire kicker.
And he goes, really? I said, yeah, I'm not. This ain't my gig, brother. I'm not wired to play in this game. So I appreciate it. So anyway, there's not another manufacturer I can't walk into and go, hey, pitch me the keys.
Exactly.
I'm driving.
Exactly.
But they wonder why they don't sell a bunch. I can help you. Just let people drive it and make a decision. You don't have to go through all the other stuff. It's a total waste of time and effort when it comes to buying a car.
Did you tell him you just wanted to be a tire kicker anyway?
Yeah. But here's the bigger problem is that when you see these big discounts and then you figure in depreciation, that's where people are getting upset that have these electric vehicles that are calling me now going,
are they still giving rebates too on top of that?
Well, no, that's total. That's your $7,500.
Okay, I got
because almost all these qualify. And if it's a lease program, even if it's not predominantly made up of the products that they're requiring for the money, the lease automatically gets it. And so a lot of people are going, wait a minute here. I paid and went time out. Let me read you the discounts. Well, what does that got to do? It's got everything to do with it.
Yeah,
Same thing. The only thing that really never affects is pickup trucks. Pickup trucks is a totally different deal because we're in the truck capital of the world.
Of course.
So condition and miles matter to everything, but it's a whole different thing when you're looking for resale. And when you got an $18,000 discount on a vehicle, I mean, how do you expect it to have good resale?
Mm-hmm.
Come on. I mean, it's just.
And then they want $7,500 on top of that, right?
Yeah. Well, no, that's included.
No. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So the 18,000 is 7,500 plus what they have the discount to sell it. 214-787-1190. That's 214-787-1190. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
And folk, when we get back, I think we're going to be doing the what we want to not to go. Would like to have come back, and with stuff that we'd like to see leave. Kurt's got his list. I've got mine. We'll be talking about that in the next break. Appreciate everybody being a part of our broadcast today here on our social media sites, here on the Automotive Edge Facebook page, our sister Facebook page, Shifting Gears, which is also a actual program and broadcast on Tuesday nights now from 7 to 8. Then we're on the LinkedIn page today. The Automotive Edge show is on Kurt Chase's LinkedIn page. So you can go there and watch it live. It's also archived there. Or you can go to the Automotive Edge on YouTube. That's it. YouTube.com. Search the Automotive Edge radio show, and we're there. But you can also ask. That sounds like that was axe. I said axe. You can axe. You're not even listening.
Do what?
I said axe instead of ask. You can ask your smart speaker to go to 1190 AM KFXR Dallas. It'll take you while we're there. But now they can actually go to the iHeartMedia app. And how do they actually get where
You
they
download it.
Well, I know they get
And then
that,
go into the app and then click on the station. and
which
then-
is 1190 AM
yeah, and
KFXR
then
Dallas.
you just hit your reminder and it'll pop it up.
But is there a way to go down and click on the Automotive Edge
Yeah.
or just
Yeah.
Okay.
You click on, it'll say live.
Okay. Yes.
Yep.
So that's where you can find us. There's a reminder of that too, I guess, on you said too. From
Yeah. So I have some friends, they just hit the reminder on their phone.
Oh, I got
and they look at it and they put in a reminder and it clicks every
Oh, that's
Saturday
cool.
and tell them what's going
All
on.
right. There you go. A lot of ways to have us, a lot of ways to help people. That's what we're here for. So, like and share the broadcast and tell people, hey, we're here to help them. And if they'd like to know any more information about the things we talk about, tell them to tune in every Saturday morning from 8 to noon on all these different locations to hear us and be a part of the show. Of course, we love everybody that makes the comments and be involved in what we're talking about. It makes it very, very nice that y'all do that. We appreciate that. Even jokes. We even take Art Naismith's jokes. So what's your plan for after work?
Oh, man, look at my yard. I got a ton of yard work to do.
Well, yeah, the guy just did it 2 days ago. Oh, you're talking about the flower beds, huh?
I got to finish out all my flower beds and I got to clean up an area and then I've got to take all the lights down on my fence.
Back fence?
Yeah, because I'm going to, my brother-in-law sent me this oil that you spray on instead of putting stain on it.
Oh, really?
And it keeps the bugs away and it keeps the
Really?
wood from rotting. And
Wow.
so I found it at a place over in North Richland Hills. So I'm going to go pick up 5 gallons of it. And I got my sprayer and going to start oiling the fence.
Sweet.
I'm going to wait and see. I mean, it's obviously, next week is going to be in the hundreds. We're going to get the return of it. So I'll probably wait.
Right.
I want to get it
Well, yeah, low hundreds, but
bought and
get it on there.
understand it, and then get with my neighbors, see if they want me to go ahead and spray their side as well.
Oh, cool. Maybe you could start a business doing that out here.
Yeah, let me think about
Did
that.
you just say low 100s, Father?
Huh?
You corrected him and said, "Well, low 100s."
Well,
what's? Can we get a mid
there's
to
a
high
big
range on the
difference
hundreds?
between 101 and 109 or 10.
I disagree. I
Here we
extremely
go.
disagree.
Tomato.
No, go do some labor.
French fry.
Go do some labor in 101 degrees. Let me tell you 3 things. You're going to be, first of all, hot.
I'm
You're going to be
saying it's
thirsty,
not hot.
and you're going to be tired. You go do labor in 110 degrees. What are you? You're thirsty. You're hot.
But you're
and
extra
you're
thirsty.
tired.
You're extra hot,
I think
and you're extra worn
there's
out.
some. Well, I don't know because
Listen, I don't know, but Carver, you're a smart.
how about
kid,
this?
But
How about
there
this?
is definitely a difference
The
between
people
101
from
and 110.
Arizona who come from 119 degree weather all the time, they don't come down here and say, "Oh, it's so cool" when it's 105 degrees, like they do when it's the
I've
difference-
heard them say that.
Now-
Boy, you should be out in Arizona and see how hot it is.
Well, they do say that. They say it could be hotter, but they don't say this feels okay. I'm used to this. No, that's not how heat goes. I don't think. From my experience, at least, what I've seen is that the cold varies much differently to me than heat.
Do you agree with that?
No.
See,
Well, I see
the
people.
deal is, you can have a 100-degree day and have 105, 106-degree index factor, but you start pushing that 109, 110, and
Yeah.
you're sitting on 115, 116
Yeah, that's
degree heat
another
index
ballgame.
figure.
sorry.
That's 16 degrees between 100 and 116 will kill the average person
Can't
and
even-
animal.
Can't even tell.
Yeah.
I can.
I can.
I just certainly
I
tell the
mean,
difference.
that's when you got to keep your dogs in, tell seniors
You
to
got to
stay
watch
home.
you got to watch your
Yeah, that's-
breathing and all that,
That's
man. It changes
bad
everything.
stuff.
See,
Bad
I
stuff.
just I don't think we ever even I don't think we
I've
cared
never
about.
seen you out in 110-degree heat.
I
anyway.
worked a whole summer of straight physical labor
I
2
know you
summers
did.
ago, and
I know.
you watch what man. I'd come home with half my jeans were burned off of me, so I know that it got hot. But
Well, when you're young like you are, I mean, I remember one summer I worked out for the county crew, and we were out
I'm
there.
sure it hit that index,
sling
and
the
I'm sure
blade.
you didn't care, did you?
We were cleaning fences with a sling blade,
That's horrible.
and we're out there, man. I was so dark by the end of that summer. I was darker than this sucker.
I
man.
remember in July, I was out in Winnsboro, Texas, in the middle of the no trees, no nothing, hauling hay.
Oh yeah,
hauling hay
wow.
will kill
Let me
you.
tell you, we did 50-pound bales of coastal, and then we figured, okay, the barn's full, and I'm looking over, and I said, what's that? And he goes, that's the alfalfa barn. Those bales were 90 pounds.
Oh my god.
And instead of baler twine, it had the
30
metal,
seconds.
the wire.
Right.
And so you had to punch it, slide your fingers. Man, you get off work and your hands are like
I
this.
bet.
And then you had to go lay in a tick bath, get all the ticks off of you.
Before you even leave.
And no, you stripped down and you got in this big old metal tub about the size of this and had these chemicals. You get in it and these ticks would all come off your body. They'd hand you a towel.
15
You go and take a
seconds.
shower and get ready for dinner.
I did this about 4 weeks ago.
That's crazy.
Oh, man, I'm telling you. Then you're up at 5:30 in the morning. They
Doing it
actually
again.
rang the dinner bell. And Grandma had the most incredible breakfast, and you better
So
load
it's
up.
like a Western TV show.
Wait, so I had to do all the hay stuff, but I didn't get the grandma's supper. I didn't get none of that.
Yeah.
I just had to bell up the hay.
Well, you didn't have a choice. I mean, it took so much effort. Then we had to
Automotive Edge.
castrate bulls and dehorn them. And
That's fun.
Man on third, and team
Yeah, it was
consumers
a
are
treat.
behind by one run.
Come out to the
At
yard. You
plate
can do
for the
that anytime.
Consumers is Kurt
We can
Chase.
restart
The
the
count is
Cowboy
full.
Kurt.
Joe back on the mound, waiting for the side. He goes to the stretch. Here's the pitch. It's a long fly ball. Hit deep in the left center field. It's going. Gone. 2-run homer. Another great walk-off win for Team Consumer by Kurt Chase at the AutomotiveEdge.com.
Great win for Team Consumer. How about that?
214-787-1190 is the number. That's 214-787-1190. This segment of the show goes to you by Grapevine Dodge. Stop in and see Shane, Wade, the great guys. Now, here's the thing. That dealer, the main dealership showroom is under complete construction. And so everybody is over in the used car, the pre-owned building, and those cars are parked everywhere. Every aisle, up and down the street, everywhere they can park a car, there's one park. What does that mean? Huge savings. They don't want them on the street. They don't want them parked up on the grass. They don't want them parked under trees. They want them gone. So you want to make your Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram deal today? Go no further. Go see Shane Pack, Wade Williamson, any of the great folks there at Grapevine Dodge, 121 and William D. Tate. You can find them online at grapevinedodge.com. That's grapevinedodge.com. And with the CDK problem and a remodel on the building, man, you talk about savings in your pocket. If it's a Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, or Dodge, it's grapevinedodge.com. So let's jump on to past and present. One of the new segments here on the Automotive Edge radio show. Remember, for all your automotive needs, it's theautomotiveedge.com. Click Ask Kurt. Leave me your name or number. I'll call you right after the show. So, Bo, what are you going to bring back from the past?
I would say that I with a lot of things that are going on, and we've had some trouble here in Dallas here just even past week with it, I think they need to start having a youth curfew.
Well, there is.
Well, they're not keeping it. I mean, that two or three teenagers are like in their 15, 16-year-olds shot a guy and killed him in Dallas just the other day.
Yeah, here in Keller, it's under 18. It's midnight, baby.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to go shoot and kill a guy, you probably don't care about the curfew.
Well, I'm thinking even they should have curfews for even like 15 or 16 nowadays because the way things are. So anyway, that's one of my bringbacks.
Mine is I want to see a real butcher and meat market.
That's cool. Back in the day, they had
I used to go into
those.
Hutch's, and old man Hutch was back there, and you'd tell him to, quarter you up a chicken.
What you want, like this, that, and the other, and he'd cut it and make it right there on the spot.
He had a cut of each one. Which one do you want? Next time he bring out a big slab, you'd see him sharpen up that
Beautiful.
knife and start
Yep.
carving and cutting, wrapping that what kind of paper?
That parchment
Butcher-
paper?
Butcher
paper. Okay.
And then he put that piece of tape on there and he'd write it.
Beautiful.
Right the
Oh, it was
amount. You went up
greatness.
I'm telling you. And so you could get the cut you wanted, the thickness, and it wasn't meat that was polluted with crap.
Mm-mm.
What do you got?
I want to bring back the All in the Family type shows.
Nice.
Political
Elaborate.
correctness 0.
All in the Family. What is that?
Oh,
Give
that's
me an
it.
example.
We'll have to show you. I'll show you when we get home.
Okay.
Give you an idea.
Yeah, it wasn't a game show, wasn't a talk show. It was just back then you had
It was like 2.5 Men.
Okay.
That kind of, what were they called? Those kind of shows? Just sitcoms.
sitcoms.
And it's what it was.
Yeah,
and-
right now, if you brought back All in the Family, it'd be so controversial.
They would blow it
Oh
up.
my goodness! But
Hey-
then you had the Jeffersons,
Same way.
which was a spinoff
Right.
of that, and then you had Archie Bunker's Place, which was a spinoff. But all those shows back then were great.
They were great.
I want to see the old circus, the circus old school.
That's nice too. Good
When
job.
you showed up to the circus and you saw the elephants all standing on each other and a billion clowns.
Well,
pouring
now
out of a
don't they
car.
have them like in stadiums and stuff? I know back
It's
in the
so
day it was a
commercial.
tent, an actual tent.
Yeah, you pulled up and you went to the big top.
Yeah.
And now it's how much of that crap they can sell you, where kids are sitting around with these lights, holding them
I
up,
know.
blocking you from seeing the show, and it's so commercialized.
Mhm.
I mean, Ringling Brothers is so commercialized, and I remember going, and then on your path up to the tents, you saw all the animals, and you saw the remember the freak show.
Oh yeah. That's great.
I mean, all that kind of stuff, the House of Mirrors,
the
and
small
there was all
people,
these
we
things.
called them midgets back in the day.
You had the carnival, and then you had the big tent, and then you had the circus, and it was
Clowns, all night.
it was wholesome. It was fun. The clowns were coming up in the stands. They
Yeah.
bring the kids out on the deal, but there was nothing commercial about it.
No, it was all show.
And then you had the what was he called? The ringmaster.
oh greatness.
I'm telling you, that stuff was. And then
Remember the high wire?
trapeze. Yeah.
Oh man, you got going like this
the
guy's
great Melendez.
yes.
And I just remember that stuff when you went. It was such a wow factor. Now is how much is this stuff going to cost?
Yes, exactly. I know we do an automotive show here every Saturday, but I'm still going to bring this up. Simpler vehicles. Bring back simpler vehicles. I
Mhm.
mean, roll the windows down,
Mhm.
clutch and maybe even no air conditioning. I mean, just let's go hardcore like we did back in the day. I mean, my first car was a Volkswagen, and it didn't even have air conditioning.
Yep.
Standard shift, roll the windows up and down, hand locks, simpler vehicles. I think we'd sell a ton of them, and I'd love to see it.
I want to see county fairs.
Like the way in the older days, not like
Everybody got to bring their wares and tears and all the different places. I mean, I see that they have a deal right now at Bear Creek, right down the street, and you pull up and they're selling burgers and honey and this and that and the other.
Right.
But I remember the county fairs that you went to.
Well, they had pie contests and all this
Yeah.
stuff, and you could sample all these.
Bobbing
kind of
for
things.
apples.
Yes.
Just good old family stuff. You didn't have to worry about the popo. You didn't have to have
No.
100 security officers there.
Right.
Nobody was bringing guns to the county fairs. They didn't sell alcohol at the county fairs. And people say, man, how fun was that if they're not selling beer? It was a lot of fun.
Yes.
And the women were out there selling their Afghans and crochets. And
And it was really a lot bigger with the animal thing.
oh, yeah.
Where they had
Remember
these,
the petting zoos?
all that. It's all greatness.
You could
man.
bring your kids out there and learn. And people were doing things with their hand. And it was all the homemade goods and baked. We didn't have to worry about somebody putting poison in it, or
Yes.
it was wholesome.
Yes.
Now, I'm not a big corny dog guy. I remember everybody walking around with a corny dog, cotton candy machine.
Oh, big time on cotton
candy
candy.
apples.
Oh yeah.
And everybody was nice. Everybody was having fun. And the games that you played, there was a real good chance to win something.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, I miss that stuff.
I do too.
All right, let's go to present.
What we're going to try to get rid of.
Yep.
I thought about this and chewing gum. I want to get rid of chewing gum. I'm tired of stepping in the crap. So I'm done with it. Get rid of chewing gum.
Chewing gum never so much, but that bubble gum at the baseball games, that was a beating.
Yes.
It would stretch forever. Remember that?
Yeah.
Chewing gum would stick to you in a wad. That
Well,
double bubble.
we used to get a lot of it and put it like we had chewing tobacco because that's what the
Yeah.
baseball players had that they actually could do back in the day. They'd
You
be
had to
able
learn how to spit.
they have the plate with a big old chaw on the jaw, man. So we wanted that too. So that's why we had chewing gum.
Yep. I want to get rid of all the political BS and bring an immediate fact check AI where they would be forced to tell the truth because if they lied and it wasn't
Get
true,
a shot.
AI would correct them immediately.
You know what? That'd be great.
You know, they had that lady from CNN, Rachel Maddow, whatever her name is, and they had a guy that was beyond intelligent. And he goes, you know what? I think you suffer from the Trump syndrome because everything that you said he was and everything you said he was going to do, show me one thing that happened. And she's just staring. And then Whoopi and those other goobers that are on there, they're all just sitting there staring. He goes, name one thing that you accused him of, that democracy was going to go that actually happened. And she just stared at him.
Yeah. They don't have answers.
They went to break. So I think AI, if you're going to use it, take over where the people hear
That'd
the
be a
truth.
great idea.
That immediately, if it wasn't the truth, there'd be a line right below them. This is not true. And where people are forced to tell the truth.
I'm more for shocking them.
Oh, that'd be great too.
Give a little shock.
And
like
after number 3, they just get launched.
That's like that better.
Yeah, they have one of those airbags under their chair. And just,
I would love that. What are you talking about? Good views. Mine for the second one is get rid of parachute pants.
whoa. I love I've got
Well, let's
parachute
bring them back then. I'll put that for next week for bring them back.
I got my MC Hammer pants.
Okay.
I still wear them every Christmas.
There you go.
Every Christmas, somebody, if not me, one of my boys wear the MC Hammer pants.
Okay. Well, then I'll bring it back next week. I'll have them bring it back.
Wow.
All right.
I want to get rid of all the game shows that are out there right now and bring back the old game shows. I want to get rid of.
You're talking about like, what was your favorite? To tell the
Hollywood Squares.
Oh yeah, that's a great one. Oh, that was the best.
All
Lynn,
the best. Of that.
There's so many of them that were great.
1 minute.
Their off the cuff comments were the best. The Newlywed Game. I still watch some of that. Is the funniest thing I've ever heard.
We got to do one more. I got mine. Get rid of what they say the weather feels like. Stop telling me what it feels like. Just give me the temperature and move on.
100%. It's 102, but it feels like no. If it's 102, it feels like 102.
Get rid of it. Don't want to hear it no more.
I hear. Let's take a quick
30
break.
seconds.
214-787-1190. That's 214-787-1190. Quick break. We'll be right back. You know, I agree 100%. I've complained about that. In fact, when I saw one of the old I was at a lunch and I saw David Frenfrock. Remember him?
Yeah, I do.
And he goes, hey, how you doing? We get to talk. He goes, my gosh, what do you do for a living? I said, I have a talk radio show. You know, we started visiting. I said, David, I got to ask you a question. Buddy, y'all are killing me on TV. And he goes, uh-oh. I said, how can 102 feel like 105? Why do y'all have a heat and then a heat index?
I don't understand.
If the temperature reads 102, guess what? It's 102.
But I don't know who it might. But see, the thing about it is, it's like Graham was saying a while ago, that 101 to you may be a different feel to me. For me, it feels great to me. For you, you saw
my dad. My father's 75. Okay, his 75 is my life.
The new 50
is it's incredible. when he's hot, you can guarantee that it is lukewarm in the house.
Right.
Okay. And when he's cold, it's again lukewarm in the house.
I sound that way. When Linda gets really cold, we'll be watching TV and I'll have the fan on. She's under a blanket and I'm in shorts and a t-shirt.
Right.
But here's the thing.
So that's a feels like, right?
If I took water and you put your hand in 100 degrees and 105, I'm betting, man, you're not going to tell the difference. But I'll tell you what I think it feels like. It drives me nuts.
Water.
I can't stand it when they say that.
But that's what I mean. It's like
now, if you say there's a heat index due to humidity, But they
Because
never just
humidity
say, but they
does
just say feels like.
humidity does bring a different level
Sure.
of heat, but so does the dry
But
heat.
it doesn't necessarily make it hotter. It just makes it feel a different type of hot.
Yeah, you'll sweat completely different in the humidity
Uh-huh.
Oh,
than the
yeah.
dry heat. And the reason they say it's a dry heat is because you need to be aware that would catch you a whole lot quicker than
Water down
the
yourself
humidity
more.
is going to soak you. You know
Right,
it's time to get
right.
out of it versus the dry heat that, you know,
It's harder
cause
to
a lot more
breathe
problems.
too.
Yeah,
you
well,
notice
dry
that?
heat's weird because you
Yeah.
walk out into it and you're like, oh man, it's pretty hot out here. And then like 3 minutes later, you're like, you can't breathe and you're like half dead because you're asphyxiating and you're like, oh my goodness.
I
It's
want
like-
to throw something at the TV when they go, and it feels like
uh,
just drives me at
he
the
goes,
wall.
well,
What'd he say?
I said, how did that start? And he goes, well, gosh, I don't have an answer. To that.
Some country bumpkin under a tree going like, well, I think it feels like
It's like when I
about
talked to a guy that used to be on Channel 8, and I says, let me ask you a question. How come 95% of your news is bad?
Oh,
He goes, well, that's, first of all, that's not an accurate statement. I said, well, that it is. Actually, when you get back to the studio, and everybody was like, and I said, I'm just curious. I said, do you have any say-so over what you read? Was my first one. He goes, no. Everything's loaded in. We're familiar with it,
but
you know, we read the teleprompters. And I said, golly, that's amazing that people sit there with a smile on their face and talk about 95% bad
trash.
and say, thanks for joining us. Thanks for watching the news. No, don't thank me. You should be saying, I'm really sorry that the world is so bad that's all we can talk about. I said, so in the weather, you're going to get either good or bad. In sports, you're going to get either good or bad. But in the actual news, it's bad. In fact, I was sitting with a buddy of mine, and I said, listen to this. And I went down the first 10 articles in Yahoo, and I'm like, you would think the world's coming to an end. And then I turned on the news. First thing was three teenagers caught for murdering these two high school boys. The next one, a hit and run, 75-year-old man dead. The next one, baby found in a dumpster. I'm going,
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's unbelievable. And the people that are writing the news shows ought to all be fired. So finding a child in a dumpster is 100% wrong, but why is that news?
35 seconds.
When somebody gets hit by a car, unless they're trying to find out who did it, hey, there was an accident. If you heard about it, blah, 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 but that's not what they do. And then when you hear about, well, these kids got caught, why is that news? It's news to the family. It shouldn't be news to the general public. There's so many great things going on, Meals on Wheels, and all these companies that are going out installing air conditioning systems, and people that are going in. I love the videos where the guys go in and clean up the yards. There's so many great things going on. The world's not as bad as the media wants you to believe to keep people depressed. The drug manufacturers are loving it.
Well, I know one thing I have to disagree with you, but when they go to the sports and they hear about the Cowboys, that's all bad.
It's depressing.
That's never going to be good. I don't even know what's going on there, dude.
Great song. That's when music was music. You could understand every word.
Yeah.
You could move and groove. Maddie, can you dance this kind of music?
Yeah, I can.
Can you? So what's your favorite kind of music to dance to? Country?
I like R&B and country.
Wow.
And I would say like reggaeton.
There you go.
But are you saying R&B in reference to rap or true R&B, like, you know?
I would say like I would do the older R&B
Okay.
and the newer R&B.
Okay, well,
So
good.
Yeah.
Good deal. That's what we wanted to hear.
That's right. 214-787-1190. That's 214-787-1190. If your car needs work, it needs service, the place, and we've been talking about it for 21 years, Driver's Edge Auto Repair. They don't winterize, they don't summarize, they only do the work that's needed when it comes to repairing your automobile. Go to mydriversedge.com. That's mydriversedge.com. 23 locations, and look at their specials. Not only do they have specials on all the repairs, they're going to match or beat any tire. So you don't have to go one place for service, another one for tire. They'll do it all in one place. And let's just say that, times are tough financially. They got ways to finance that for you as well. The place, mydriversedge.com. That's mydriversedge.com. But be sure when you go on there and you start looking for a location, look at their specials and download the coupons. I had somebody just say $500 in coupons that went to Driver's Edge Auto Repair. The place, mydriversedge.com, a great sponsor for 21 years of the Automotive Edge radio show. All right. How are the used car prices doing on trade-in? Here again, when you hear that the market's dropping, you have to look at what's dropping in the market. Does that mean all cars are dropping in the marketplace? Absolutely not. Every vehicle is included? No. Is it all SUVs? Is it all cars? Is it all trucks? Is it sport cars, luxury brands? Well, I would just tell you that the luxury segment, your Mercedes, BMW, Audi, those kind of vehicles, they're in uncharted waters right now because of the economy and what the current regime has done to people's money and interest rates and everything else. People aren't buying the big ticket item. The people are going, and I couldn't wait. I remember when I bought my first Mercedes about 4 or 5 years ago, I was like, man, I am a blessed man. I'm buying a Mercedes. And I got a smoking deal.
Just like back in the day when your parents got that Cadillac.
Yeah. It was absolutely incredible to drive off in an E350.
Mm-hmm.
And I was so blessed, and I'm always grounded, and I always thank my Lord above that, I'd have nothing without him. And I had a buddy that says, you know what, he said, what'd you pay for that car? And I told him, he goes, what was your monthly payment? I told him what I put down. He was like, wow, mine's double. And I so wanted that car, but I'm going to stick with this because I can't do that because of what's going on with inflation. I said, buddy, I so get it. But when it comes to the used car market, there's some that are doing very, very well, and there's some that are not doing well, and some that haven't done well in a very long time. And that's what we would help you with on the Automotive Edge radio show. If you go to theautomotiveedge.com, click Ask Kurt, leave me your name and number, and you talk to me about a product, I'll tell you, hey, this has got great resale value. It's doing really well. Here's what's going on with it. The only thing that you have to pull out of all these scenarios are pickup trucks, because even with, El Dorado giving, $14,750 off their 2024 crew cabs, it's not hurting the value of good quality pickup trucks that are being traded in. Because the first thing I do, I would just tell you this, when I'm appraising a car, the very first thing that I do is I look at the mileage. I open up the door. I don't look the vehicle over. I look at the mileage, and then I start looking at the car, because that will tell me how well you took care of it up to 50,000 miles, 100,000 miles. I don't look the car over and then look at the miles and go, I want to look at the miles, and then I see how well you took care of it during that time of ownership. Where a lot of people, they'll walk around the car and look it all over and look at the miles and go, oh, you're out. Because the breakdown goes at 50, 75, 100, and then 125, and then it's just what they're going to give you after that 125. But those numbers, because they're building the cars so much better, that 125,000 miles isn't bad for a car in this generation.
Well, they're putting a lot of miles on CPOs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're not backing down from, the kind of mileage that they're, that's
raised it to 80,000.
Yeah. So, that
Great point.
They got to do that with quality vehicles, or they're going to cut their nose off to spite their face.
Yeah. The thing is that we have a shortage on CPOs. We have a shortage on good quality pre-owned coming in. And the big market again is sedans. I had dinner the other night with a buddy of mine, Mark Diamond, and we've been buddies since first grade. And they've had Diamond Motors for 60-something years. And his father, Ronnie, found out that he used to bowl with my mom.
Oh, there you go.
And Ronnie was a big bowler at Irving Lanes off Nursery Road in Irving. And I talked to Mark, and we had dinner the other night, him and his beautiful wife, Kelly. And I said, what's the hottest thing right now? He goes, sedans. man, are sedans bringing money. Get this.
Yeah.
He has bought cars with salvage titles, and they're still selling because
you
they're
go.
cars at a right price. And the funny thing was, and I was talking to another buddy of mine, is how many people that are doing very well financially, but have terrible credit because of whatever happened, they're buying these luxury brand cars with salvage or reconditioned titles just to be driving a luxury car.
There you go.
And so it's a crazy thing out there. But when it comes to resale, the best products are the sedans. And let's start with your Mazda 3s, your Corollas, your
Accords,
Honda Civics.
All
these small cars are bringing all the money. It doesn't make the model, whether it's a Subaru. It just doesn't matter. They're doing really, really well. And then you flip things over, and then you jump into the Accords, you jump into your Camrys, you jump into your Malibus. Just think, they discontinued Malibus, and Jason Lawn told me everything that he has coming down the pipeline is pre-sold.
Yeah, because that's what happens.
People want sedans. Why? Because sedans are extremely affordable. Look at the Nissan Sentra. You get a brand new Nissan Sentra, $20,000, $21,000, $22,000, $5,000, $6,000 less than what the average used car is going for. All the way up to even the RS model, which is like 26, brand spanking, and that's MSRP. That's before any discounts, rebates, or incentives. And so the Nissan Versa, under $20,000, brand new vehicle. And so you just have to take a look across the board at what is depreciating and what's
happening during the time.
Well, you know, the dealers don't want high dollar cars on their lot because of interest rates.
Well, right. I got that.
I mean, I was talking to Alan Glover, and he's a general manager for this auto group. And he goes, buddy, I sent him several vehicles. That price point's too high. I don't want it. I'm not selling cars like that. You know, everybody, your portfolio starts to shrink when you could stock in a couple of $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 rig. Nobody wants those anymore. They want that 35, 30, 25, 20.
Yeah, people are very price conscious right now.
Yeah.
For a lot of reasons. You know, when you were talking about people or manufacturers that are having struggles, is it due to the people are not buying the vehicle because the cosmetic of it, or because what they may hear about it and its mechanical aspects?
Well, people carry over the past too much.
Okay. So you think it's more about that than anything else?
Yeah, it's a mindset. My son, he only buys domestic.
Right.
I have another son, he was driving imports. Now he's driving domestic. My other son, he drives import. My wife, import. Me, domestic. But you know what? For me, and doing this for 36 years and being in this industry, you know, when I was running dealerships and I would talk to people, well, my grandfather told me never buy domestic. My grandfather told me only buy a Ford.
Well, that's what I was going to say even about a product.
Do you know why we only buy Buick?
Yeah.
Well, it's because they quit making Oldsmobile.
Yeah, exactly.
We buy Buick. And so there's so much loyalty. And when you're at the dinner table and that's all you hear, guess what?
That's what you're going to do.
That's what you're going to do. Mm-hmm. And so there's so much brand loyal, or you had a bad experience. You're going to tell 100 people about your bad experience. You had a great experience. You're only going to tell the people close to you.
Right. Okay.
So let's take a quick break. 214-787-1190. That's 214-787-1190. Quick break. I'm Kurt Chase. The great one, Big Wheel Bo Carver, Marabou at the helm, and Miss Maddie back in studio. We'll all be together here in just a moment. Don't go away.
So how many cars or manufacturers has suffered because of a cosmetics?
Oh, a bunch.
I would think so, because we talk about that
Remember
a lot.
the AMC Pacer? Think about that.
Are you just talking about design and like just general look?
The look, the the way your car looks.
Oh, look at the Cadillac Cimarron. You know what the Cadillac Cimarron was?
I was trying to remember what
a rebadged Chevy Cavalier.
Oh, that's right.
And they put all this stuff on. We were like, and the Cadillac emblem, which the Cavalier was. You know, they sold a bunch. They were so cheap, but the Chevy Celebrity, the Ford Probe.
How about Subaru in general?
Oh yeah, never built a good.
But they're loyal though. They ain't never gonna lose out.
You know, you look at what was the Cadillac? I'm trying to think of the Cadillac they built that had the flat back cut off.
Oh, I can't even. But that was horrible.
They didn't buy them.
It was trash.
Yeah, and then you look at, gosh, I'm just trying to think. There was the Oldsmobile Bravado. Oh boy, did they really hooch the pooch on that deal? I mean, there's some products out there that
Art says the Cadillac Seville. I thought that was
Seville.
yeah,
You know, I looked up ugliest cars
Seville.
or ugliest designs for
Right.
cars, and things like the '58 Lincoln Continental is on this list.
Yeah, it's a opinion. You know, think back when you had the Opel, when you had the Yugo, when you had the Geo,
The
when you
Yugo, I
had the
love the
Saturn,
Yugos.
you had the Daewoo, you had Saab. I mean, there was
You had
some
the Pinto.
ugly stuff out there. We know the Pinto did really, really well.
Except for it had a lot of explosions for the back gas.
Yeah, it had a few issues there.
I saw
Okay,
that
I can
in
agree.
person.
I can agree with this opinion, father.
what
The
is that?
Marcos Mantis is really ugly.
Well,
Whatever,
I've never seen that.
whatever
before.
that is, man. Oh my
That's a
goodness.
European car.
Yeah, sure.
Well, they don't know what they're doing over here, man.
You know, you think about some of the cars that came down the pipeline, and I remember when GM came out with the Geo Metro, and I was like, "You have got to be kidding me!"
That was horrible looking. I
and
remember that.
it was. And then I remember I was working for Joe Tighe, and we had 30 Yugos left. And he goes, "Take the sign down. We're no longer a distributor." And he was paying us what the cars sold for to get rid of them.
Oh, really?
So it's $5,000 for the car. You got $5,000 if you sold one.
Wow. Did you lock it up?
I sold 5.
Oh, that's good though.
Yes, sir.
Wasn't the car like the Yugo supposed to just be really, really, really cheap?
Yeah, it came out of $39.95 in a manual transmission, no air, no stereo.
I was just saying that.
And then I remember the Ford Fiesta. The Ford Fiesta Festiva came out. It had no air, manual transmission, no air conditioning, no stereo. And this thing came out at $49.95. And then, did you want air? Oh, I gotta have air.
$1,000, wasn't it roughly?
Yeah, $1,000 for air. You want a stereo? Oh yeah, I gotta have stereo. $600. 500, 600. Yeah. Did you want tires? No, I'm kidding. But you know, there was some stuff that came out that I didn't get. Now, some of the cars that came out were the biggest wow. The biggest wow factor for me, the first car I ever saw, was the redesign of the Buick Riviera.
Oh, that was a beautiful car.
Now, the old Riviera was unbelievable. It
Right.
had, the closing
Mhm.
headlights. Our
Yeah.
bus driver, Mr. Green, had a black one, most beautiful car I've ever seen. I always begged him to buy the car. But then when Buick decided to come out with the new Riviera, boy, was that thing off the hook. And so you had, back then, there was a lot of hit and miss stuff that was coming out. You're going, wow, why did you do this? I remember when they had the Thunderbird, and then they come out and they did the new Thunderbird. Then they came out with the ST Thunderbird, and I was like, what are y'all doing here?
Yeah.
I just didn't get it.
30 seconds.
Well, they've done the same bad decisions on nice looking cars that they do away with.
Oh yeah.
Just the opposite direction.
I always believe they should have kept Oldsmobile and got rid of Buick.
Yeah, I agree.
100%. I
agree.
don't think Buick should have stayed around, and then Oldsmobile could have kept the Cutlass and
Delta 88.
Yeah, so many cars that people would still buy.
Sure they would.
With Buick, a lot of people don't even know. If you threw out a name on some of them, they don't even know what it was.
No, I agree. Totally agree. Not even back in the day. Right?
Huh?
Not even back in the day. You don't register a lot of Buick names.
Thanks so much for hanging out. 214-787-1190 is the number. That's 214-787-1190. And you're right there, Art. The Cadillac Seville. That flat back. Actually, it was a slanted back on the back of that thing. At first, it was cool, but never really did much. It was definitely different.
Do you remember I don't know which Cadillac it was, but after it aged, the material around the taillights would disappear. They had, you don't remember that? Or that wasn't even there anymore.
Huh.
I have to show you one if I can find one, but I saw that.
I remember the Eldorado, the 300-pound doors. They had to bring a little dolly out when they took the door off to set it on.
I know you.
That thing was massive. Hey, this segment of the show goes to Classic Kia Carrollton. My buddy Jesse Hull. I was just up there the other day. I love that guy.
Yes.
I go up his office, just say hello, and I'm there 2.5 hours, and we're talking about family, the industry, what's going on, the direction he sees it. I mean, the guy, and I've known Jesse for many, many years. Him and his beautiful family. His son just got married. His lovely wife, Kathy. And when you have somebody that really just has those good old values and standards, it transcends through the dealership. And that place is Classic Kia Carrollton, right there at 35 and 121. Stop in, ask for Jesse, and enjoy. I got to tell you, from the EV6, the EV9, the Carnival, the Kia Soul. I mean, I go on and on and on. Kia's numbers are just through the roof. And you got the 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, longest in the business. And from sales to service, I mean, I remember when Kia came in like a lion, out like a lamb. We thought it was gone. Hyundai stuck around. Kia came back. And it has just been that building better and better and better. And I know that because I look at residuals, what that vehicle's worth down the road in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. And Kia, man, they have just made leaps.
Well, Tata Motors has done that just period across the board, haven't they?
Yeah, they're just
from that to the
it.
Genesis to all that.
And it comes down to people.
Right.
And the best place, Classic Kia Carrollton, 35 and 121. Let Jesse Hull know you're listening to the Automotive Edge radio show and enjoy your Classic Kia experience. Go to ClassicKiaCarrollton.com. So what is the Gremlin?
Well, he talked about that they took the rear end of that and attached it to the Cadillac.
Yeah, the Gremlin and the Pinto, there was a lot of similarities there. But, a lot of people bought the Gremlin and the Pinto and made them race cars because there was so much room up
right,
there. They're putting
big
350s and 454s. And
there was not much behind them either.
No.
Just all in front. Go.
So here's some of the vehicles that I see that are just really rocking in the auto industry right now. And one of them, and I wasn't sure how well this vehicle was going to be accepted, because when you get into the really big vehicles, oh yeah.
All right, I'm showing him what you said.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I just pulled it up.
I like the little chrome accents there on.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
Over the wheel well.
But there's a lot of similarities. Those three different ones, right?
If you look at the big SUVs and you pretty much say Cadillac Escalade, you say Chevy Suburban, and then your Tahoes, and that's pretty much what people look at. And then Lincoln came along and put out their Navigator. Navigator's been doing exceptionally well. I've driven all of them, and I'm gonna tell you, when you get into some of that big, you don't really find a bad driving one. Now you have the Jeep Wagoneer, and the Jeep Wagoneer is off the hook. I mean, it is, I wasn't sure how well it would be accepted or how that would fill the void or add to that lineup of vehicles. And the Jeep Wagoneer is doing incredible. It's in the top 5. You got the Cadillac Escalade, the GLS, which is the Mercedes, the Land Rover, the Discovery, and then you have the Jeep Grand Cherokee. Wagoneer. And it is something to drive. And they have 3 levels.
What does that Wagoneer compare to? Like, what is that?
Suburban, Escalade, Navigator, the big bad boys.
Okay.
Everything that's really, really big, that vehicle is really, really big.
Is that along a Jeep line or
yeah, it's part of the Jeep.
Okay.
It's called a Jeep Wagoneer.
Okay, cool.
And then you have level 1, 2, 3. And now they have a screen that goes across the entire vehicle.
Are you serious?
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, the technology is fantastic.
And this is a nice vehicle?
Oh, yeah. And they start in the 70s to go to 115,000.
Wow. I need to go check on
they're
those
holding
out.
their own. And then next is the Camry hybrids. All Camrys will be hybrids, or have been, starting on this last build out, where it's not going to be just a regular gas car. They will all be hybrid cars. And that's what's really going to just plunge Toyota to a different level with their hybrid technology, which, many years they came out with the Prius. First, you had the Honda Insight. And if you'll pull up the Honda Insight on your computer, you're going to see an ugly little car.
Honda Insight?
Yeah. Insight, INSIGHT.
Got it.
And I remember when the Honda Insight came out and they brought it to us, we're like, oh no, we can't sell it. Because if you look at the wheel wells, the metal came down almost over the entire wheel wells.
Oh, yeah, it does.
No, that's not the Insight.
Oh, that's not the
It
Insight?
says
No.
2022 Honda Insight. Is
No.
there a specific year?
Yeah, just go back to Honda's original Insight. And we went, that's not going to happen. Then they came out with the Prius, and the Prius was pretty doggone ugly too.
Oh, you mean like the original 2000? Holy cow.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. But if you look at the back wheels, that's what threw me off, is you can only see half the tire.
I do not like that at all.
And it looked
Okay.
like something you'd ride at Six Flags or something. You
It
know?
does look like a ride.
I just didn't get it.
Didn't Buick do a car like that once?
Mm-mm.
Somebody, or you could buy them to where you added them. Remember
Look up
those
original
days
Honda
where you
Insight
could
to
have
see that, by the way.
the skirt,
Oh yeah, the fender flares.
fender flare?
Yeah. And
Well,
then
the 2022 Honda Insight, that
then
looks
the
pretty
Honda
cool.
Prius came out. I mean, the Toyota Prius, and it was not attractive, but I sold to a lot of municipalities when they really wanted to start getting cars. This thing was getting, 40 something miles to the gallon. People couldn't believe it. They were all concerned about the battery because the battery had a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty on it. How much was going to cost afterwards? I never had one municipality call me and say, we've got bad batteries. Not one time did I get a phone call on about it. And there may have been problems, but I never,
You never
knew about them.
it, right?
Now you look at their hybrid technology, which they have taken just leaps and bounds to their technology. And I think the Toyota Camry is going to be tough to catch. But now Honda,
Well,
if you
Honda's
look
doing
at,
that too,
if
aren't
you
they?
look at their EXL, you can only get that in hybrid. So you
Okay.
get the LX, the EX, the Sport, and then your EXL is hybrid only. And they're going to do very, very well with hybrid technology.
Yes, they will.
Next is the Grand Highlander, which is another Toyota product, which is still very difficult to get. You got to get on a list, and as fast as they're coming in, they're ordering them. And so a lot of people didn't like the size of the Highlander, so they came out with a Grand Highlander. And from front to back, in fact, I was over at the dealership when Cheryl took delivery of hers, and you open the door on it, and once you get in that vehicle, you think you're in a Lexus. I mean, they have knocked that out of the park, and that's a vehicle that they're not going to mass produce, but they're going to produce them. Well, they're all being pre-sold, so they don't need to mass produce them. When they put one on, the VIN number's a sign, all of a sudden sold. Leave it alone. Don't mass produce. The resale value on them is through the roof. Next is the Honda CRV, and I got to tell you what. I'm so glad that they've kind of left it alone. The big announcement was they're going to redo the RAV4, which is the biggest competitor with the CRV. The CRV's had one of the highest resale values of all time on any product forever and ever and ever. And it's going to continue to do very well along with the Honda Civic. So that's my rundown. The Jeep Wagoneer, the Camry Hybrid, the Grand Highlander, the CRV, and the Civic. These things continue to grow and grow and grow and do very well short-term, long-term, and on leases for you, the consumer. Let's take a quick break. Come back. We'll get things wrapped up. 214-787-1190. Be sure to leave me your name and number at theautomotiveedge.com under Contact Kurt, and we'll be talking to you here shortly. Quick break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
So on the Highlander, you said that it makes you feel like you're sitting in a Lexus?
In the Grand.
In the Grand Highlander.
Yeah.
What do you mean by sitting in a Lexus?
Well, when you get into a regular Highlander, it's just your a nice car, but just okay features. You get in the Grand Highlander, and you have the diamond design leather. You have the real wood finish across the dash and the doors. You have the leather on the doors. You have 10-way positioning seats, heated and cooled.
Just those
It's
higher
just-
quality all around.
Well, Lexus is their top end of Toyota.
So that's why I'm getting
Yeah.
figured that out when he said
Like
all the
a-
features,
like
but I
a-
didn't really get that.
like an
I knew that
Acura-
Lexus was nice.
accurate
but
to a Honda.
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
you could stick an L on that thing, and
we call it that.
fit.
right?
Totally
I'm
fine.
telling you, when I looked at Cheryl's and she had that white leather, and
Here,
I'm going through
I'll
and I'm
pull it
going,
up right here. It's
boy, did y'all kill it.
the Highlander.
You knocked it.
Grand
out of the park.
Highlander.
Yeah, you look at the Grand Highlander XLE or the Limited.
XLE.
Wow, it is.
And it's really the interior that shines, or is it the whole car?
Yeah, the whole vehicle. The wheels that they have on there, they don't have on any other product. Is designated.
He's
to the
basically
Grand
saying
Highlander.
it could have been easily had the L on it, not the Toyota.
Yeah, well, if you look at the Toyota, you're looking at the RX 350.
Right. Correct.
The big difference and I haven't looked at the reasons why, but when you drive the Grand Highlander and the RX 350, the RX 350 TX still seems a little bit heavier. I don't know
Gotcha.
why.
See, a lot of these cars to me just look so similar here.
Well, they are.
It's pulling up.
We talk about that all the time.
I know you guys do. But
Yeah,
it
you have to
just-
wait till it passes to see what the emblem is on it.
the heck? I
'Cause
had
you
it
don't know
marked
what
as
it
well.
is.
Here it is.
That's the Grand Highlander.
That's the XLE.
Okay.
That's a brand new one.
Sweet.
And it
looking thing.
looks okay, but to me, it just looks like every other
Well,
SUV ever.
that's
you know?
it's the way the world is. I mean, they're just so similar in their look. That's kind of what's discouraging that we talk about.
Well, normally
you go back and look in the 50s. I can tell you what a 57 Chevy Impala looks like. I can know as soon as I see
Which
it,
is
or a
very
56 or a
capitalistic.
55. Or I mean, back in those days, they were distinctively different than the other brands.
which I felt like was a byproduct of our more capitalistic.
See, if you
nature.
look across the street and you look at that car, you don't know what it is.
I have no idea.
And but you can look at here. Didn't say Ford, you'd know a Ford truck. You know a Chevy truck.
Little,
You
the,
know
Che- the,
Actually,
you know a
yeah, I
Ram
can
truck.
point out.
the
I can,
Fords are a lot more.
But now when an
Time.
SUV pulls up, you know, when you look at all the different lineups that Chevy has, you got to wait till that thing comes by to see what it is. It was funny, the new Chevy Trax. I've asked a couple people, what is this? They have no idea what that new Chevy Trax is. So individual identity is paramount to me
I
when
agree.
you come by and go, oh, well, that's a so-and-so. And then it passes you and you realize it's another brand that looks just
Yeah.
like it.
I
Is the
know.
Trax the one that has the really defined, like near the wheel well, like the plastic trim kind of around?
Well, they all do.
Yeah, I guess that's
But
fair.
some of them are color-coded, some of them are black.
The Trax is black, right?
It depends. I mean, they have that one track there, top of the line that's like the blue one they had on their
Yeah,
patio was
yeah.
all blue. So it depends on which package you buy on it.
I don't know. I'm with you there, Dad. I miss the days where you could look back. I mean, heck, I can tell you where some of those cars came
Yeah, I
from. And
know
I
you
wasn't
do.
even alive around
I
then,
know.
and I just happen to know and appreciate it.
Little Eagles to finish out the show here. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us for the 8 to noon Automotive Edge radio show.
We haven't told them about it on radio yet. We have a show on Tuesday nights from 7 to 8. It's called Shifting Gears, and you can find it on our social media sites. It's not on the radio, but you can go to Shifting Gears on Facebook, find the broadcast there. On my LinkedIn page, Big Wheels Bo Carver page there, and then on YouTube as well. And Shifting Gears, find us there. We'll be talking about everything from A to Z from 7 to 8.
Yep. Join us and hang out. Remember, if you got an automotive need or you know somebody that has an automotive need, let us help. A lot of people are going out, and I get it. You want to do it. Okay, I know everything. That's fantastic. If you know everything, you got a great car deal, so be it. But if you don't, and you don't want to go through, or you think that everywhere you go, you have all the back and forth, and we can help. Because I keep telling people, you will save a lot of time if you get your trade out of the way up front. If you get your trade out of the way up front.
Know what you're getting
If
for.
you go to theautomotiveedge.com, you click on Ask Kurt, and then scroll down. You can fill out your trade appraisal, and I will call you and get you the value. Now, some of you, I didn't realize I went into spam. I found 16 messages in spam the other day. So if you don't hear from me, my phone number, my cell number is on my website. Call me, because sometimes I get real busy and I go into spam and I have 700-800 deals in my spam. I don't go through all of them, but now I'm having to go through them. And I found a couple old Corvettes. I found a Buick Enclave and some vehicles. I'm going, oh my gosh. And they said, well, we already traded. I'm like, I'm so sorry. It went into my spam. I didn't know it. I don't know why, because I get so many in my regular mail. Why X are going into the spam?
The stuff you don't want, you get, and the stuff you need, that
Yeah.
goes
You
there.
know, every email you have ever sent me ended up in my spam.
That's crazy.
You share my last name. It's like, come on, Google.
That's crazy.
Yep. So if you don't get in touch, if you don't hear from me, I do check my spam, not every day. Go to theautomotiveedge.com. My phone number is there, my personal cell, if you need help. and you never have to go it alone. You don't have to worry about what's going on in the industry. And, there's some people out there, once again, that I tell them what's going on and they get upset with me, and I just tell it like it is. Now, I will tell you my opinion, but I'll also state the facts, because the first thing I do, there's a bunch of new vehicles that came out recently, and I went by the dealers, and the first thing I did was pull the residuals. First thing I did was pull the residuals. And he goes, and now I got a couple of dealers that automatically do that. I show up, they just hand me the residual going. I still think it's funny you find that this is important. I think for me, it's everything.
Of course,
because it tells me how soon I can trade, what the value.
Well, it's what they think about the vehicle.
Yeah, the builder.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's how they know how to warranty it and how to lease it. Kind of like when you're buying a home. Don't you want to know how it was put
like
together?
If they give it A+, I mean, not going like this guy is always talking about. Right?
Yeah, because I remember growing up, you had Fox and Jacobs and all these crazy home builders, and those homes just didn't last. Right. Some of them, I'm not picking on Fox and Jacob, but some of these track homes, they just didn't make the cut. And so the deal about it is when you see high residuals, like we were talking earlier, with your Hondas, with your Toyotas, with your Mazda residuals are killing it. They continue to do extremely well. The Kia numbers, the Hyundai numbers. And there's some products, even though you see a great line of vehicle, that they'd rather sell it to you. It's amazing that you would figure they would all have really good residuals so you could get it back and CPO it or lease it, but it's just not that way. And the only one that defies gravity is pickup trucks, because the residuals are par, but the resales are great based on miles and condition. And so we want to get that. And I had a couple the other day, and I was on speaker. She goes, well, you never talk about this product, so you probably hate it. And I said, I don't talk about it because nobody calls me interested in it.
So they hate it.
Yeah, it doesn't make it a bad product. Doesn't mean, that I'll never talk about it. But, the thing about it is that I talk a lot in generality. People say, well, why don't you talk about Buick? I haven't had anybody call me in Buick in years. But let me just tell you, I've gone over to Freeman Buick GMC, Dwayne Harris, who works over there.
Of course.
Michael, who's been there forever, the sales manager. I've gone over and test driven and gone through. And the GMC products, well, they sell a lot of them. You sell your Yukons and your Denalis, and, they do very, very well. But for Buicks, the only time that I get into Buicks is when people call me about it, just like BMW. No one ever calls me about BMW. Unless they say, hey, would you buy a BMW? I've never bought one. I said, well, be prepared to spend a fortune on service.
Yeah.
Okay. And I've owned a BMW, and I got rid of it the day that I went to do my brake and oil change.
Welcome to the real world.
The day I had to pay for anything
and
on a
said,
German car.
we don't turn the rotors, and we replace this, and we replace that. And I went, phenomenal. Where's the used car manager? And anyway, I paid the fortune to get everything done. And luckily, I had a buddy. No one ever sat in any seat except for the driver. And Betty Warren was the lady I bought that car from.
Wow.
And this thing was mint. You won't find a nicer ever a trade-in car. Anyway, a buddy of mine always had it was a 5 Series gold.
Oh, wow.
Perfect car. And I dumped it. And
that's your experience with it. So
I tell people,
you share, right?
That
you're about honest.
Once they're out of warranty, if you don't buy a service contract and the extended warranty, some of them cars are a fortune to keep up. I had a buddy that, he came into some money and he bought a Porsche, and he drove it. It was his daily driver.
Right.
And then when the warranty went off and he sent that thing through the shop, he called me and he goes, hey, I need some help. And he goes, what? And he goes, help me dump this thing. And I said, wait, buddy, when you're driving, because Porsche is its own entity. It's not like any other car out there. Porsche is its deal. And so I tell everybody, go back to service and tell them you want a service menu.
Good job, good deal.
And then, what do you mean? Go back there and get a service menu, because it's going to tell you what everything costs doing ownership.
Before you buy the car, you can find out what it's going to cost for a brake job or brake pads or whatever the things you're going to be done, and you will know the difference when you see it.
Yeah, no big secrets there. But we're going to give you those tips and a whole lot more. Let's stay connected. It's like the game of Red Rover. Some things are going to get through, but we're going to minimize it. Here on the Automotive Edge radio show, go to theautomotiveedge.com, click on Ask Kurt. Leave me your name and number, and we will make sure your automotive needs are taken care of. And then come join us Tuesday night, Bo.
Yes, on the Shifting Gears Facebook broadcast. So go Facebook, go to Shifting Gears, and when you do, follow us so you'll know when we are on every Tuesday from 7 to 8. We talk about everything. We do cars here mainly, but on Tuesday, we might bring up a little automobile stuff, but it's about everything from A to Z. We have fun, bring facts, and just have a great communion with y'all on our air with us on Facebook.
There we go. Have a great weekend. Remember, turn off those electronics, get reconnected, and tell that person you love them. Give them a big hug and kiss and start your
I love
Saturday
you,
off right.
Kurt.
I love you, buddy. Maddie, we love you too.
Mirabo,
Oh,
we
I love you guys. You know that.
Yep, you need to get your appetite back up. I was very disappointed at Kim's Diner. Do what?
I know.
Gotta go.
Oh,
okay, we gotta
love
go.
you.
The boss
Bye.
says so. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Maddie.
That's my problem is turning that song on when I'm in my car.
It's too loud.
It's like it gives you the pass to go.
Maddie, thank you.
Yeah, this cop when I got pulled over when I had this Laguna Blue Corvette, he goes, "Sir, what were you thinking?" I said, "I'm sorry." He goes, "You know how fast you're going?" He goes, "How fast?" I said, "Well, I'm not going to say nothing." I said, "I'm like Sammy Hagar." And he goes, "Why?" I said, "I can't drive 55. He started laughing. He goes, "I love Sammy Hagar." He goes, "Do me a favor, slow this damn thing down." Okay, have a great day.
If you got to ask me how fast I'm driving, then why are you pulling me over?
I've never answered that question.
Why? I'm not going to answer it.
They say, "You know how fast you're going?" I said, "Well, obviously fast enough for you to talk to me." Oh, we're going to go down that road.
Here we go.
Sir.
You start off really good.
Why are you asking me? Do you have a radar yet? What'd the radar say? So you don't know how fast you're going. Oh, so you're not going to answer either. I had to look at them.
I always tell them if they didn't know when they asked them what the speed limit is, I always tell them a whole bunch more than I think it's even going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, I want 50? 50? It's like 30.
Yeah. And when I got
Oh,
caught
sorry.
going
I
in
thought
there-
I saw 50.
Yeah, when I got caught at 140, that was an ugly day.
You know, they can actually take you
Oh, they
straight
can
to
take
jail.
you straight to jail for 100.
Yeah, well, see, I was lucky because I came around the corner and they got the road blocked off, and we thought the guys with the CBs had our back, but they didn't. And when they called it in, the chief of police, who was my dad's best friend and bowling buddy, heard the call and said, "Leave me in the squad car. I'm on my way." And the cop goes, "Buddy, you're going to get it now. The chief of police is coming to get you." And I went,
Boy.
"Really?" So I knew. And so here's Mr. Looper. "Kurt, get out of the car." And, he's got me by the collar, and everybody, he goes, we get in the car, and he goes, "Where do you want to go eat?"
Uh-oh.
And he goes, "Take that car and pull it over the side of the road. Leave the keys up underneath, the bumper." And I'm like,
What's going on, huh?
and my buddy, they got him handcuffed. He goes, "Same thing with him." And so he goes, "What on God's green earth were you thinking?" I said, "Well, I guess the best answer is I wasn't."
That'd be a good answer. That's the way I'd answer.
We went to El Chico and we had lunch, and he goes, and he was my dad's bowling buddy too. And he says, "Well, I just can't let this go." And I'm like,
Please.
Mr. Looper and his wife was my English teacher.
Oh, man, that's even worse.
And he goes, "Well, I was going to tell you clean chalkboard, but I know you like looking at my pretty wife." She was too. He was killer.
I did not know that.
Come down to the jail at 8:00. And I said, "Well, I got a football game." He goes, "Come in after the football game." I was in there cleaning jail cells and squad cars. So I didn't lose my license. I'm going to tell you what, and never after that day until I'd take my car on a racetrack did I ever hit
Did that kind of speed.
north of 90. Yeah.
Oh, what do you average on those racetracks? Like, what's a great
155.
speed? 155.
Yeah.
Feel good.
Yeah. If yes, my wife, she had the video going, and I'll try to find the video of me. I'm at the fastest I went with her in the car was 158. And so you come out of turn one, and based on where the pace car is, because I'm with the Lone Star Corvette Club, we rocked, and all of a sudden, man, it's just you put on track mode, so it turns off all the safety features. It's just you got to know how to drive at that point.
Wow.
There's no ABS lane assist. There ain't nothing. It's you in the car. And it hit 155, 150. So I didn't want to get to 160. And Linda's got the video camera. She's like, "God, this is so cool. We got Austin cranked up, got the top off the car." That turn one, you know, you're
I was
coming
going to
out
ask
and
you
you're
about
looking
that.
down.
Are
It-
you like just looking like that? Are you
I
afraid
didn't like
you're going
it.
to tip? Did that
well,
fits?
my first time on the track.
So you are on an oval where it's like really
I
a
did
huge gradient.
Texas Motor Speedway.
Oh, you're on Texas Motor
Yeah.
Speedway.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so I'm in the pit row, and I'm looking ahead because the first turn coming out of pit row, I'm going, oh no way. So a buddy of mine, Bob, God rest his soul, he goes, are you all right? I went, no. He goes, all right, I'll ride with you. And he jumped in, and his car was like stage 3, and I was in stage 1. And he goes, here's what you do. He said, don't look. And he goes, and keep the car over 35. You couldn't help it. I mean, you know, you're driving your car, you know, you're like this. And I'm looking down going, I know this car's going to flip off the track.
Yeah.
And then he goes, now go. And I said, what, go? And he pushed my leg. And all of a sudden, whoom, we come out of that turn, and we were just cooking on peanut oil. And I'm like, holy cow. And you got to watch the cars because they have the Z06s and the Corvettes and then the classics. And the
You have to stay in
problem
your own
was,
lane, you mean?
no, it's just there was.
Oh, that's the list of them.
Yeah, there were 16 cars and that were allowed on the track at the time, or 18 cars, 6, 6, and 6. And there's a lady up in the very front, 80 years old, in a Z06 yellow one.
Oh, my Lord.
And they let and the people at the track knew it. So you let the Camaro, the pace car, go ahead, and then everybody, you put your car on a certain channel, and you hear go, go, go. And so the Z06s, which, you know, they're going to pull away.
Right.
She's not
Didn't
cooking.
pull out, huh?
Well, they don't realize, and they got all these, everybody's got a little handheld radio, and you got rubber bands around on it, so it's always open. Man, they're letting this lady have it. They don't realize she's listening to the things that they're saying about her. So we pull into pit road, she gets out of that car, shuts that door, and she's cussing everybody. I'll drive my effing car the way I want. And she
my
letting
Lord.
everyone have it. And she got to me, I said, I didn't say a word. She goes, yeah, I ought to recognize that boy. She kept on going and cussing out everybody. So we maneuvered where she wasn't around, where she was with a different stage. And that's when we come out of that turn. I told Melinda, look, I'm going to open this puppy up. And she's like, go. And she flipped that camera on, and we come out of turn 1. I'm hitting turn 1 at about 80, and it just launches you. You just hit that thing, and you realize you're like, I mean, it's just, but the kicker was to know how many laps to take, because you got run flat tires, and they're not track tires. You'll wear them out. You know, it's $2,000 worth of tires.
He didn't go real long because
Yeah, I did 3 times out, which was 6 laps at a time.
That's still, I mean, if you drive just like one lap, you know, it's way longer than it, like when you're out actually in the car,
Right.
It feels forever when you're driving it. Well, I don't know about driving it, but just when you're in the car.
Well, Heath McClendon, before we
Yeah,
get
we
out
should
of
probably
here,
get off of here,
Yeah,
right?
Heath McClendon, my cousin, is headed to Kennedale Speedway for a race tonight.
Oh,
down
man,
there.
Kennedale.
I told him I wish I'd have known sooner. We could have probably planned to going out there maybe.
That
They've got a
is
real good
the
team that
place.
races out there. So best of luck to you, Heath. And I wish we could have gotten out there, but I don't think we can make it. But everybody, appreciate y'all being a part of our broadcast today. Thank you, Graham Noctamere, Bo Carver, Kurt Chase, for a great show as always. Till next Saturday morning, don't forget to like and share our broadcast. Let everybody know we're on the Automotive Edge Facebook page, or they can go to Shifting Gears and find us there, or they can find us on YouTube or LinkedIn. YouTube is the Automotive Edge radio show, and LinkedIn is Kurt Chase's page. So tell everybody about us. Look forward to seeing y'all next Saturday. Have a very, very blessed week.